We're at a minute. Thirty seconds. Now.
Good evening. I want to call this meeting of the Durham City Council to order at 7:00 p.m. on Monday, June the 15th, 2020. And I want to certainly welcome everyone who is with us here tonight.
Really has a flag behind him. So.
Before I go into our agenda, I do want to let people know that we had an electrical surge in the TV studio at City Hall tonight. And as a result, the meeting tonight will be available to stream on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon TV, but not on DTN8. So I just wanted to let everyone know that there's still plenty of ways that you can access our council meeting. Colleagues, as we get started tonight, I do want to mention that at last count, the last count that I saw, we had 55 of our friends and neighbors here in Durham who have died as a result of COVID-19. And I want us to think about them tonight as we have a moment of silence. And I also want us to continue to think about the difficult time that we have been through as a result of the racial injustice in our country and the struggle that we are going through as a nation and the people who are suffering under the yoke of systemic racism. There's a lot to think about tonight. We have an important meeting ahead of us, and I hope we'll think about all those things now, and I ask you to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. It's good to see you, colleagues. I'll now ask Councilmember Reese if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, colleagues. I'll now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Mayor Schul.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Middleton.
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll ask if there are any announcements by members of the council. I see Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Caballero. Okay, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to announce what I hope is obvious to everyone who is listening and watching our meeting tonight, and that is that the COVID-19 global pandemic is not over, despite what you might see in your neighborhood, in your local stores, your neighbors having parties. This is not over. Right now in the state of North Carolina, hospitalizations for COVID-19 are at or near all-time highs, as are the number of folks in the state with COVID-19. So I just wanted to take a moment at the top of our meeting to remind everyone who can hear me that this is not done. It's worse than it's ever been. And just encourage everyone to do the things that we know will reduce the spread of this disease. Maintain your social distancing from folks when you're out and about. Try to stay home as much as possible. And for goodness sakes, please wear a mask or face covering when you're out of your house. It is the single most important thing we can do to reduce the spread of this disease. With all of the statistics coming out, especially as it relates to infection rates in our Latinx community right here in Durham, it's so important that all of us do everything we can to try to reduce the spread of this disease. And so that was my announcement tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge the historic ruling today by our Supreme Court protecting our LGBTQ neighbors and friends and trans friends from discrimination. I know I was anxiously awaiting that ruling, and I think I was quite frankly kind of shocked in a positive way to get some good news today. So thinking about all of our community out in Durham and across our country, and then just to also acknowledge that I know a lot of us parents who are parenting teens right now are struggling, especially when it comes to this issue, whose kids are questioning or starting to come out, and it's really hard. And so just thinking about all of you, lifting you all up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Caballero. Are there any other announcements? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that there were a couple of items in tonight's meeting I wanted to just highlight. I didn't know if they would be pulled or not, but there was a resolution honoring the late Andrea Lynette Harris, who was a powerful leader who served Durham and the state of North Carolina and HBCUs across the country very well. And just a note to share that through a competitive process, the Durham is joining the Cities and Counties for Fines and Fee Justice National Leadership Network of Municipalities Committed to Meaningful Fines and Fees Reforms established by PolicyLink. And then also noting that the county recently passed a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis. And the resolution will be coming forth during, I believe, the June 24th council meeting. And I believe we have a resolution for the HB 40 and SB 1083. I know it's noted that Mayor Schul is the resource person. I just want to note that I did work very hard with Dr. Darity and his wife, Kirsten Mullins, to make sure that that came forward. And also this Friday is Juneteenth, celebrating the National Freedom Day for Black people. And I'll discuss that a little bit later in our resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Any other announcements? All right, hearing none, then I'll ask, do we have any priority items by the city manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, members of council. A few priority items this evening from the city manager's office. I wanted to bring to your attention agenda item number 12, which is the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget and fiscal year 2021-2026 capital improvement plan. Attachment 46 has been added to that agenda item. Agenda item number 50, the proposed water and sewer rates for fiscal year 2020 and 2021 is a supplemental item. And Mr. Mayor, we need to confirm whether you want that on the consent agenda, since council has already heard that, or leave it on a GBA item at your discretion. Agenda item number 51, resolution in support of national action on reparations, is a supplemental item that's been added. And agenda item number 52 is the Juneteenth resolution, which also is a supplemental item that has been added. Those are my priority items.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Colleagues, I'm going to ask, the manager has asked about whether or not we want to put the water and sewer rates on consent. I am happy to do so. We have had a good discussion of it, but certainly that's up to you, colleagues. And if anyone does not want it on consent, we will simply keep it on GBA.
Randy Cole, C-O-L-E.
Diana, you're not muted.
Mr. Mayor, I'm comfortable with moving it to consent.
All right. Let me just, I see a thumbs up from Mark Anthony. Councilmember Freeman and Councilmember Caballero, are you all okay with moving it to consent?
I think it needs to stay on GBA. Thank you.
GBA? Okay, we'll keep it on GBA then. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if it does stay on GBA, we just request that you take that up before you take the budget up, since it would be need to be completed before you adopt the budget.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm now going to turn to the city attorney. Madam Attorney, are there any priority items?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. It's good to be with you all this evening. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items tonight.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Of course.
Madam Clerk?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City Clerk's Office has no items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we will now move to our consent agenda. The consent agenda is made up of items that have been previously considered by the council and can be approved in a single vote. Items can be removed from the consent agenda by any council member or resident, in which case it will be taken up at the end of the meeting. Our consent agenda, I'm going to read the items. Item 1, approval of city council minutes. Item 3, Citizens Advisory Committee appointments. Item 4, Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board reappointment. Item 5, Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee reappointment. Item 6, Durham Open Space and Trails Commission reappointments. Item 7, Durham Planning Commission reappointment. Item 8, Durham Sports Commission reappointment. Item 9, Housing Appeals Board reappointment. Item 10, Human Relations Commission appointments. Item 11, Mayor's Council for Women appointments. Item 13, resolution honoring Andrea Harris, and thank you for the Councilmember Freeman for calling out this important item. Item 14, rules and procedures for the affordable housing bonus. I do see that there is a resident who has signed up to speak on this, and so I'm going to pull this item, and we'll consider it after we do finish consent. Item 15, First Amendment to the North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness, NCCEH, contract to provide services for homelessness, coordinated entry and homeless management information, HMIS planning and administration. Item 16, operational assistance contract with the Housing Authority of the City of Durham, DHA, for the DHA Downtown and Neighborhood Plan. Item 17, relocation assistance contract with the Housing Authority of the City of Durham. Item 18, transfer of ownership of 2017 light transit vehicles from the City of Durham to the town of Chapel Hill. Item 19, Brown Water Treatment Plant, electric service agreement between Duke Energy Carolinas LLC and the City of Durham. Item 20, Western Union Payment Service Agreement. Item 21, interlocal cooperation agreement for the collection of taxes between County of Wake and City of Durham. Item 22, City of Durham and Southeast Sustainable Communities Program grant amended grant budget ordinance. Item 23, contract with GDS Associates Inc. for the development of carbon neutrality and renewable energy action plan. Item 24, contract with Rebuilding Together the Triangle Inc. for the Southeast Sustainable Communities Fund grant project. Item 25, design build services contract with Environmental Air Systems LLC for the Durham Performing Arts Center. Item 26, restrictive covenants for 505 West Chapel Hill Street.
Mr.
Item
Mayor,
27.
that item?
Item 26.
Yes.
Okay. Item 27, broker for benefits. Item 28, fiscal year 2020-21, contract to fund economic development programs and services operated by Downtown Durham Inc. using City of Durham grant funds. Item 29, fiscal year 2020-21, amendment to contract for city services and programs for the Downtown Durham Municipal Service District. Item 30, contract amendment number 1 for ST 288A bridge engineering services for city maintained structures. Item 31, resolution to support the Upper Neuse River Basin Association UNRBA FY 2021 budget. Item 32, contract with Atlas Organics LLC for management of the city-owned composting facilities. Item 33, contract with EcoFlow Inc. for the operation of the household hazardous waste facility. Item 36, FY 1920 Downtown Durham Municipal Service District Presentation and Annual Report. And those are the items on the consent agenda. And with the exceptions of item 14 and 26, I will accept a motion to approve that agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Madam Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote yay.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it, and the motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 14. And this item was pulled by a resident who would like to speak on the item, Mimi Kessler. Madam Clerk, do you know Steve Kessler?
Mr. Mayor, Mimi Kessler is not here at the moment.
Okay, then I think I will hold that item for a little while longer to see if Ms. Kessler does arrive at the meeting. And so we'll now move to item 26.
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I believe Ms. Kessler is here. She's got her phone raised on the list of attendees. Sorry, her hand raised.
Okay.
She's messaging us.
Madam Clerk, do you see her? She says she raised her hand.
Yes, I do see her, and I will unmute her. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Kessler, when you are unmuted, Ms. Kessler, are you, you can unmute yourself, or I believe the clerk may have to unmute you.
She is unmuted.
Great. Ms. Kessler, are you unmuted? Have you, because I still see the mute button on, you may have to unmute yourself also.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Kessler, welcome.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much.
And you have 3 minutes.
I asked for this to be pulled because I had not got confirmation from the Affordable Housing Coalition. And I did get confirmation from them, and they thanked the city council members for helping them with this item. And so I apologize for interrupting things, but I did want to have the chance to speak in case that they had not approved this item. It would be helpful, however, if when the attachment to the item if it had been in the format where we could see what had changed, that would have been helpful. But thank you very much. I apologize for the interference.
No problem, Ms. Kessler. Thank you very much for being here and for those words. I will now accept a motion to adopt the rules and procedures for the affordable housing bonus on item 14.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved for approval by Madam Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, will you please call the vote?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and the ayes have it. The motion passes 6-0. I'm going to go ahead and do item 26 now. That was pulled by Councilmember Freeman rather than waiting to the end of the meeting. We have a long meeting, and I want our staff that can go home to be able to go home, or to, they're probably home now, but to enjoy their evenings. So Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had two questions, just trying to make sure that I can explain to community members how to lean in on the feedback side of this conversation with the restrictive covenants, acknowledging that we're doing monitoring by the city. And just if it could be spelled out, because it's not in the document, how monitoring would happen on, I guess, the business side of this conversation, because I know that the workforce and economic development is not included as community development. specific. And so I just wanted to note if it was included with this restrictive covenant, and if not, how would it be monitored?
Good evening, members of City Council, Mayor Schul. This is Stacy Poston from the General Services Department, and thank you for that question. The monitoring that is required under tax credit projects happens essentially at the state level where they do not do site visits. So what you will see in the MDA that comes to council in the fall is that the Community Development Department will be doing annual site visits on site, inspecting the units. And so we feel like that is something that will allow us to get our eyeballs on the units on an annual basis and ensure compliance.
And then how would that impact the side of the conversation we had around making sure that small businesses of color were included in the way that the businesses were rolled into the location once it was completed?
So what you will see when this item comes forward in the fall is a UBE plan that the Fallon Company will bring to us, which illuminates for council the specifics and the goals around their project priorities. And so we anticipate bringing that to you in a written format so that council can be informed on that matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Are there any more questions for Ms. Poston? Thank you, Ms. Poston. Colleagues, if there are no more questions or comments, we'll move to vote on item 26. We need to declare the restrictive covenants applicable and to authorize the city manager to execute and record any necessary documents. Do I hear a motion to, Councilmember?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. Just to note that the community has expressed a sincere concern around how Fallon is moving forward, and just making sure that they spell out as much as possible up front, because people are asking questions and there's no way for the folks in the community who weren't with Fallon to see what that looks like without us asking the question. And so I just want to make sure that it's clear to Mr. Nguyen and to Ms. Poston that it's incumbent upon the two of you to make sure that there's as clearly labeled and transparent process, and making sure it's clear, like each step, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how it applies to exactly what we agreed to in the initial conversation in the vote earlier this year. And I appreciate that. And I'd like to make the motion the mayor asked for to move this forward.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero, Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. At the request of the city manager, we're now going to move to item 50, supplemental items, the proposed water and sewer rates for FY 2021. And I see Mr. Greeley is here. Mr. Greeley, you're muted.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, before you is the the FY 2021 water and sewer rates for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Greeley. Councilmember Freeman, you had pulled this item. Do you have concerns or questions you'd like to raise for Mr. Greeley, or
just a comment to just note that I understand that, you know, the rates, rate increases agreed upon around the majority of the council. I just don't agree with it. And so I just wanted to note that I would not be voting in support of the rate increase.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Greeley? All right, thank you, Mr. Greeley. We need a motion to receive a presentation regarding the water and sewer rates. We've already received the presentation. And to adopt the ordinance to change the rates for water and sewer service. Can I have such a motion?
So, Mr. Mayor, you just need a motion to adopt the rates.
Yes.
I move we adopt the rates.
Okay.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Caballero that we adopt these water and sewer rates for FY 2021. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Nay.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and the ayes have it. The motion passes 5-1. We will now move back on our GBA, General Business Agenda, to item 12. And this is the fiscal year 2021 budget and FY 21 to 26 capital improvement plan, CIP. I see Ms. Johnson here with us.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Aretha Johnson, Director of Budget and Management Services. The City Manager presented the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget and capital improvement plan to City Council on May 18th. The City Council held work sessions on the proposed budget and CIP on May 27th, May 28th, and June 4th. A virtual public hearing to receive comments from the public on the proposed budget was held on Monday, June 1st. So the administration at this point recommends that Council approve the proposed budget and CIP ordinance and other related ordinances and resolutions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, let me tell you how I'm planning to proceed with this. We have had people who have signed up in advance who would like to speak on this item. This is not a public hearing item, and normally we would not allow that. However, I think that given the fact that lots of people are confused over the process with our virtual meetings, I think it's fairest to go ahead and let those people who signed up early go ahead and speak. There are a number of people who have signed up, and we have an extremely long meeting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let those people, and only those people who signed up in advance, speak for 1 minute each. After which, we will be taking up the budget. I will talk some then about the statement, which has been that I sent to all of you all as a recommendation, which has been attached by the staff as an attachment to this item. And we will consider that in the context of the entire budget. So that's my plan for proceeding. And Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to help me with this public comment. We are going to, I'm going to ask everyone to please hold your comment to 1 minute. And then once the minute is over, I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and put folks on mute because we really have an extremely long meeting and are not able, and this is out of the ordinary. We wouldn't do this were we not in this situation with these virtual meetings, and I think there is confusion over the process. But I do want to give everyone who signed up in advance a chance to be heard. Madam Clerk, how does that sound in terms of are you able to, are you ready to do that? I'm going to call the people that you sent me on the list earlier, and we'll go through that list.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
With all due respect, not everyone on the list is in the waiting area.
Okay.
And I have everyone in order by their first name.
Understood. Madam Clerk, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call on people, and if they're not present, then obviously they won't be able to speak.
Okay.
We will start right at the very beginning. So do you want me to go through the list that I have that you sent me? Or do you want to go through the list on item 12? Or do you want to go through the list as you have it? Either one is fine with me.
Let's go through the list according to Zoom. The first person would be Beth Clifford.
All right. Ms. Clifford, are you present? If you are, can you please, let's see, we should be able to see her, should we not, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Ms. Clifford, welcome. Ms. Clifford, can you speak up so we can hear you?
Oh, hi, do you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Ms. Clifford, welcome. You have 1 minute.
I just hope that all council members are open to having Durham lead the way for what true public safety can look like. And listening to our residents. It's been overwhelming how many people support calls to defund the police and reinvest in our communities. And I've been sick to drive around Durham as a resident of downtown and see other hidden parts of Durham, hidden communities. It's disgusting, frankly, and I just hope that Mayor Schul, you can lead with the progressive vision that you ran with to have Durham create a new vision for the country on what public safety can look like. It's our opportunity to lead, and this is what I moved to Durham to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clifford. Madam Clerk, will you call the next name?
The next name is Mark Saphir.
Mr. Sphere, I see, is in the room. Mr.
Hi,
Sphere,
folks.
welcome. You also have 1 minute.
Hi, Durham City Council. My name is Mark Spear, and I'm a Durham resident. Do not support the current budget proposal, which provides roughly $70 million to the police department. In my view, it will inflict great harm to invest a third of our allotted public funds in police when so many school teachers are still forced to buy some of their own supplies. Police are still tasked with arresting for marijuana, the criminalization of which targets Black people, and are ineffective at fighting some of our most severe crimes, like sexual abuse and white-collar crimes. All of this amid being bloated with dangerous, needless, riot-suppressing equipment, which we see being used across the nation to suppress free speech and brutalize. Our city will be healthier for diverting this money to education efforts, COVID-19 testing, hazard pay, personal protective equipment for healthcare, and other essential workers. In view of the systemic racism in policing and beyond in our government, growing our police department is not in line with the values of the people of Durham, and we need to accordingly rewrite the budget plan for the 20 to
Time.
I yield my time.
The next person is Dick Ford.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
we hear you.
Okay, I will go ahead. Mr. Mayor and council persons, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Some 6 years ago, I had the privilege of serving on the Durham Human Relations Commission when we were tasked by then Mayor Bell to undertake a review of concerns of Durham citizens that the police department was engaging in racial bias and profiling, particularly in traffic stops. I will omit the details on what we did, but I thought it was a very successful program, which is still being reported on quarterly by the city manager. Sometime after that process was completed, Durham engaged in a search for a nationwide search for a new police chief. And our new chief, Chief Davis, has been the recipient of much praise by elected officials and citizens. And as you know, she's now the president of the National Black Police Executive Association. Mr. Mayor, I believe you attended her swearing in as president. So with these two examples and others, this demonstrates real progress in Durham, driven by the Durham experience and citizens. By the way,
Mr. Ford, your time is up. Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, let me just be clear about one thing. We're only having the speakers who signed up prior to the meeting, correct?
The ones that I've called so far had signed up, yes.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the list, okay? That's the list we're using is the people that prior signed up, all right?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk. Folks, just before the clerk says you have 1 minute, so please make sure you're ready to have concise remarks. Madam Clerk?
Don Stanger.
Mr. Stanger, I believe his name is. Are you here, Mr. Stanger? Is Mr. Stanger present? All right, Madam Clerk, I don't hear from him. We'll now move on to the next name.
He's unmuted. Just one moment.
Okay, good. Mr. Stanger is here. Good. Mr. Stanger, welcome. You have 1 minute.
He's unmuted.
Mr. Stanger, can you speak up? All right, well, we may have to try him later. Can you move to the next name, Madam Clerk?
Just one moment. The next speaker is Donald Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Hughes, welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Let me first start off by expressing my displeasure at only being allowed 1 minute to address you all. But in the interest of time, we are facing unprecedented times, and these unprecedented times require unprecedented leadership and action. For too long, the economic prosperity experienced by some in Durham has not made its way to our Black and Brown communities. The Durham Renewal Project is a coalition of community members born out of a community's pain and anger at what is a never-ending assault on Black lives. So tonight we're asking you, Mr. Mayor and council members, to vote no on the budget. While COVID-19 is a pandemic that we are in the midst of and is only a couple of months old, we know that the Black experience in this country is also a pandemic, which some refer to as COVID-16-19, and we've experienced this since this country's founding. I have a lot of comments that I want to address, but I know, Mr. Mayor, that you responded to the comments and the request from the Durham Renewal Project, but I'll leave you with this. Your responses to the request by the Durham Renewal Project make it clear that you don't understand what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. termed the fierce urgency of now. So I'll leave you with those words. We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now in this unfolding conundrum of life and history.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Madam Clerk, the next speaker, please.
Susan Noblet.
Ms. Noblet, welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ms. Noblet. Yes, welcome. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I just want to express to the City Council that I'm really disappointed with your lack of courage in this time to stand with other to stand with other city governments around the country to take bold action. I'm grateful for what we were able to accomplish together last year, and I think that that was just a very small step forward that we continue to build on, and that this moment has called for even more standing and courage. And so I'm very disappointed with the statement that was put out earlier today. It feels like placation that doesn't make sense and that isn't actually standing up to the moment that we're facing. And I think that we can do so much more together. And I wish that you would be willing to consider to vote no tonight so that we can go back to the drawing board and come together as a community to talk about what we really need. $1 million for a task force that we were promised a year ago is not enough, and especially when most of that won't even, I mean, it's 1/70th of the total police department budget, which is 1/3 of our city budget, I believe.
Elizabeth Arendt.
Thank you, Ms. Noblet. Now we'll hear from Elizabeth Arendt. Ms. Arendt.
Thank you. I'm going to yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Arendt. Madam Clerk, who's the next speaker?
Herman Sperling.
Carmen Sperling?
Herman
Sperling?
Herman Sperling.
All right, Mr. Sperling, welcome. You have 1 minute. Mr. Sperling, can you make yourself heard?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. First, I'd like to just congratulate Chief Davis and the citizenry of Durham for the measured delivery of a critical message over the past several weeks. I have two related questions for tonight's meeting. Recent events have highlighted the need to consider our social services city and county and how those relate to our policing structure and policies. First question. I had requested a seat on the task force that I understand is being chaired by Ms. Johnson to 3 council members on or about June 4th. I've not received a response. How do I as a citizen become involved in the considerations and plans for the Durham Police? It would seem that the council would benefit from a representative sampling of the citizenry. Second question. Since Ms. Johnson's position on defunding the Durham Police is a matter of public record, is a task force with a different point of view being stood up? It would seem that the council will benefit from having a balance of perspectives. Please vote yes, and commit the time to consider the opportunities over the next year.
Thank you, Mr. Sperling. Madam Clerk, could you give us the next name?
Sure, Madeline Miller.
Ms.
Mr.
Miller?
Mayor, can I ask
Yes.
you to clarify? Elizabeth Aaron yielded her time earlier. It may be helpful for her to clarify to whom she is yielding her time. Because
Madam Attorney, we don't yield time at the Durham
Okay.
City Council.
All right.
I appreciate Ms. Arendt's statement, but we don't, as you know, we don't yield time. Thank you. The next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Madeline Miller.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Miller.
Okay, thank you. So it's hard to know where to begin and what to say in this meeting. So I'm going to focus on the words that came from Mr. Schul at the beginning of March 2020, a time when Yoshi Soto Morales was still a happy, healthy young girl in the city of Durham. And she is no longer today, having died on June 1st from coronavirus, the first child in North Carolina. At the beginning of March, you said we were faced with two crises in the city: the crisis of the racist wealth gap and the crisis of housing, particularly the inhumane conditions at McDougal Terrace. You have turned your back on those two crises as we are faced with a third global biological pandemic that is only exacerbated by the first two crises that you named. We are depending on you. Our lives are depending on you changing and rebudgeting this budget for the fiscal year that is upcoming. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next speaker?
Michelle Metzler.
Ms. Metzler, are you able to be heard?
Yes. Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Metzler. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm Michelle Metzler. I'm here to represent the Duke Students for National Health Program. We vote no on the 5% increase to the police force. I submitted a question in regards to, we believe that racism is a public health crisis too, and we're wondering if the City Council believes it is a crisis. And if so, why or why not? And if you believe it is, what are you doing to address this crisis? Also, we believe in defunding the police, and I will include a list of all the reasons or some of the reasons for health disparities and inequities in our Black community. I will post that to the chat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Metzler. Madam Clerk, do we have the next speaker?
Paige Polk.
Ms. Polk, I believe Paige Polk.
Hello.
Are you able to be heard? Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Polk, and you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council persons. I would like to speak on from the perspective of a recent Durham resident. I've been here for about 2 years now, and the reason that I came here is because I saw a progressive vision for the South. I'm originally from Texas, and I saw a community of folks who are dedicated to thinking about the ways that we care for one another as a community, while also being an incredible space for education and tech, and really what the future means in every sense. And we're seeing on the streets around the country, around the world, people advocating for what organizers have been thinking about for Black and POC folks in need of support, in need of community, and in need of financial resources and things that are not really about the police. They're about things like mental health advocacy and public school education.
Thank you very much, Ms. Polk.
Thank you.
If anyone wants to add to your comments, please feel free to put them in the chat as well. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next speaker?
Victoria Carice.
Ms. Carice, if you were present, can you make yourself heard? Ms. Carice? All right, can we move to our next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Shalia Huggins.
Say again.
Shalia Huggins.
Sheila Huggins.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Sheila Huggins, Chair of the Friends of Durham. First of all, I wish to thank the City Manager and employees, especially those in the Department of Budget and Management Services, for their tireless work that they've put in putting this budget together. When I attended the council budget retreat earlier this year, I could not have anticipated how drastically our world and our lives were about to be changed, and none of you probably could have either. Since then, we've watched businesses close, people lose jobs, and friends and family members lose lives. Over the last 21 days, we've been further shaken by the loss of Black lives at the hands of law enforcement. But this has also brought us together. We know that there is a lot of work to be done regarding police brutality, community policing, and crisis intervention. We are asking that you approve the budget and the ordinances as presented, and that you commit to working with the residents and with our community partners to develop a comprehensive plan on community policy, community policing, and crisis intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huggins. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next speaker? Madam Clerk, could you please call the next speaker?
I was told to unmute myself. Does that mean it's me, Gutman?
I'm not sure. Madam Clerk, could you please tell me who the next speaker is?
It is. It's Mr. Gutman.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Gutman, welcome. You have 1 minute.
As you know, I'm Robert Gutman, a resident of Durham, and I support the submitted budget. I hear and recognize the need to greatly curtail the use of deadly force and harassment, especially that has been directed against the Black community. Training, not defunding, is the key. Chief Davis has proven herself expert in this realm and clearly intends to pursue that sort of leadership. Substituting well-trained professionals to take the place of or accompany uniformed police in areas of police work where special sensitivity and avoidance of violence is a highly praiseworthy idea. But it is not praiseworthy to consider a separate city source of funding for activities that must be coordinated with policing. Nor should such people be hired by separate NGOs. That will result in waste, confusion, and an opportunity for a few to gain financial advantage over the many. And what about the county? They hire people for similar roles. Great care must be taken to avoid conflict.
Time.
I got a lot of interference there.
What? Robert Gutman, that's Herman's friend.
Oh, if you're going to do that.
No, I'm just slowing this. They wanted me to unmute.
Watch something else.
So, Madam Clerk, can you please, okay.
I didn't get to finish because of the interference.
Mr. Stanger, are you present?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Mr. Stanger. You have 1 minute.
Thanks for the opportunity. I have 5 points. The Durham Police Department is a vital, important factor in maintaining the safety and quality of life for every citizen in our community and needs to be adequately funded and staffed. Every police department in the country has room for improvement, and the Durham Police is no exception. The DPD is under continuing review and constantly improving. Durham's community policing strategies are long-standing and have been proven to be effective means of fostering effective communications and enabling healthy relationships with the community. I also want to say that the Durham Police Department is led by a very capable chief, a great executive team, and they ought to, their requests ought to be granted. The city manager's requests ought to be granted. They're competent, they're proven, they know how to lead, and they can make whatever improvements are necessary in the Durham Police Department.
Thank you, Mr. Stanger. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next speaker?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's Stella Adams.
Ms. Adams, welcome. You have 1 minute. Is Ms. Adams able to make herself heard? Ms. Adams? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Ms. Adams. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I signed up for the public hearing on the con plan. And so I want to speak about Southside. There are 3 points, or I should have more than 1 minute. If it's
We'll put you on that. That'll be a different agenda item, and we will put you on that item, Ms. Adams.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is just for item 12. Yeah, thank you. We'll get you for that item. That's on the. Did you mean to be speaking on the item 47? I believe it is.
The Consolidated Plan, Annual Plan. That's
Yes.
the item I signed up for.
Yes, ma'am. We'll get you on that item.
Thank you.
Sure. Madam Clerk, could you please call the next speaker?
Mr. Mayor, I think we've addressed all the speakers.
All right.
Let me check the chat.
Yeah, we had a longer list this morning. I'll read some of the names that we had, and let's see, and see if they're present. I feel like we need to offer them an opportunity. One is Destiny Adams. Is Ms. Adams present? All right. Claire Castleman. I don't believe we've called on her, do we, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor.
Ms. Castleman, are you present? All right. Serena Sebring. Ms. Sebring, are you present?
What?
Serena Sebring, is she present?
She's not listed in the attendee list.
All right. Joanna Parkman.
They said they signed up in the chat. Check it out.
Is Ms. Parkman present? Andrew Winecoop? Is Mr.
Let them speak.
They're not there.
Excuse me. Please don't yell out in the meeting. Is Mr. Winecoop present?
What's his first name?
Andrew Winecoop.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see him listed.
Thank you. Okay. We've heard from Beth Clifford. Erin Carson.
How do you spell it?
E-R-I-N, Carson.
There's no Aaron Carson listed.
All right. Myra Snyder, S-N-Y-D-E-R.
So Myra. Yes, Myra's here.
Ms. Snyder, would you please make yourself heard? And you have 1 minute. Ms. Snyder, Myra Snyder.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Erin Carson says she doesn't have the ability to unmute herself.
Okay, we'll get her in just a minute. All right, thank you. I'm looking at the chat here for a minute.
There's lots of folks in there who are saying they can't unmute themselves.
Right, but
Erin Carson, it let me unmute myself now. I got a message from the screen.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carson. Welcome, Ms. Carson, and you have 1 minute.
Thanks. I feel like other people probably are having a similar issue, so I'm hoping someone is working on it on that end. You pride yourselves on being a progressive and representative board of the people. How dare you at a time like this give $70 million, a 5% increase to cops, when cities are burning in rage and mourning across the country? Thousands of people have taken to our streets to demand defunding the police because we know we face more than one danger in this city during a global pandemic, still taking to the streets because our lives are at risk. Black people are being murdered in the streets with impunity, and that is everyone's problem, not just ours. How come we have to wish nurses and CNAs and childcare teachers and grocery store workers had PPE and wages and supplies they need, but the police who kill and terrorize us never have to wish for anything? Our city workers' wages and our vital programs are frozen, but the police never miss a cent while delivering nothing. Literally anyone else could do the job that they claim to do far better, far cheaper, and without going armed to the terror of the public, the terror of the Black public specifically. Thank you.
Myra Snyder.
Ms. Snyder, are you
Hi,
present?
can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Snyder, and welcome. You have 1 minute.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm also in favor of defunding the police department and at least reducing their funding. The police department has proven that they are not competent in responding to many situations, to domestic violence, to interacting with homeless people where other groups are more competent. And of course, they have not been competent interacting with people of color. They have murdered many, many people of color across our nation and specifically in Durham. So for that reason, I believe the funding would be much better to go to other groups, to communities of color, instead of going to policemen where all that's going to happen is they're just going to get weapons to continue to kill people of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Katie Moore. Is Katie Moore present, Madam Clerk?
And we have Andrew Wincoop.
Okay. Mr. Wincoop or Mr. Winecoop, are you present?
I'm unmuting him.
All right, thank you. Are you present, Mr. Winecoop?
He's there. He's still muted, though.
Yeah.
I've clicked unmute.
They have to unmute themselves too.
Oh, he has to unmute.
Yeah, Mr. Winecoop, you also have to unmute. I know we're all learning the technology. We're doing the best we can. I appreciate the clerk. Mr. Winecoop, can you unmute yourself? All right, well, we'll move on then, and when Mr. Winecoop comes back, then perhaps he can get in. Meg Stein. Is Meg Stein present tonight?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see a Meg Stein. I see
Okay.
a Paul Wincoop, though.
Well, Andrew Winecoop, or is his name Paul Winecoop? Is that what you said?
There is a Paul Winecoop, yes.
Maybe that's him. Can you let him in?
Sure. Okay.
Mr. Winecoop, are you able to be heard? Mr. Winecoop, can you unmute yourself, please? All right, who's after Mr. Winecoop? We're going with Adam Villman. Adam Villman, V-I-L-M-I-N. Mr. Villman, are you present? Madam Clerk, are you present?
I don't see an Adam.
All right. Sheila Amir. Madam Clerk, is Ms. Amir here? Sheila Amir, A-M-I-R.
Hello.
Oh. That's Mr. Wincoop.
All right. Mr. Wincoop, you have
Hi.
1 minute, sir. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, my name's Paul Winecoop. I'm speaking on behalf of Andrew because he couldn't speak here tonight. I just want to point out that the audacity of you all to give 1 minute to speak, it's ridiculous. And to have the arrogance to sit here and think that you can only listen for 1 minute without considering the concerns of your constituents is concerning, ridiculous, and apathetic. And I want to urge you all to listen with open ears and listen to the voices of, you all got voted in for a reason. You're not here to just go through meetings all day and to make a decision based on your own gut feelings. You're here to listen to your constituents. And if you can't do that, then you won't be reelected. You all say Black Lives Matter, and it's time to put your money where your mouth is.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Wynkoop. Sheila Amir, Madam Clerk, is she present?
Here.
Hi, Ms. Amir, welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I think between the national recognition of what is going on with our systemic racism that has spread to across the nation, and we are in a deep state of trauma and grieving, as well as the fact that we have a historic precedent that what we're doing is not working. We need to pause, listen to our constituents, and take a deep moment here to see what Durham's place is in all of this. I'm in support of defunding the police, but I think we need to do it with a conscious effort of listening to Durham's public, because when Durham makes a move, the United States listens. And I think we need to understand our role in what we do here sets the tone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amir. I see that Serena Sebring is here. Ms. Sebring, are you here? This is listed as Jamila Martin. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that. Madam Clerk, do you see either Serena Sebring or Jamila Martin present?
I see Jamila Martin.
All right, can you unmute Jamila Martin? And I think that sounds like that's Serena Sebring. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but she's signed up. Ms. Sebring, are you able to be heard?
Hi, I'm not Miss Sebring, but I was asked to unmute myself. Can I also make a comment because I signed up ahead of time?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I would also like to air my grievance that I'm only being given 1 minute to talk about this very important issue. Defunding the police is something that has to be done in Durham. Like many of my fellow citizens have said, Durham is a progressive city, and the nation, listens to Durham, and we have a chance to do some good. And there is really no reason why we should ever increase the police budget when teachers are paying out of pocket for supplies and buying clothes for their kids in school and buying food for them to take home on the weekends, because we have so much poverty in Durham. So there's no reason why we should give more money to the police force when we can't even take care of the basic needs of our citizens. We need to fund education. We need to fund healthcare and community organizations to make sure that people are safe in this city. And you have the opportunity to do so. So I urge you to not pass this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next we have Alice Sharp.
Not on the list, sir.
All right, Ms. Sharp is not present. All right. Next we have Jeremy Borden. Jeremy Borden, B-O-R-D-E-N. Is Mr.
Yes.
Borden present?
Mr. Borden is here.
Can you unmute Mr. Borden?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Borden, if you're present, you have 1 minute. Welcome.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate it. So I did write a letter to the city that I hope that you'll consider. Look, 1 minute isn't a lot of time to say everything that needs to be said, but I think you guys really have a layup in front of you in terms of rejecting at least the increase in the police budget. I think there are a lot of hard decisions ahead. This is really one of the easier ones. Violent crime is down. Most community members say they feel safe according to the city's own survey. Also, the budget is supposed to go toward a new gang unit. And I think that every study that you look at shows that gang units are the most problematic part of police departments. This is a failed 90s experiment. I really hope you all reject at least the increase in the budget and use a portion of those funds for the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. I think there are a lot of hard decisions that you all are going to have to make in the coming weeks and months. This is one of the easier ones because the facts are on your side here.
Thank you, Mr. Borden. Madam Clerk, can we go back to Katie
Can
Moore?
y'all please blink if you are being held hostage by your police force? Because there's no reason at all why anyone should be.
This is Jamila Martineau Lopez.
All right, I believe this is supposed to be Serena Sebring.
I don't see Serena.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. I just want to say that this process is really a problem. 1 minute is not enough, and it took me about 30 tries to get on, which tells me that there's a big problem with our representation in this city. What I know after years of working on this is that the city of Durham, the people of Durham, are ready for change, have been ready for change, and that we deserve for our leaders to listen to us. Thousands of emails were sent to you all just this week saying, defund the police. We believe in community solutions to public safety, and we need our elected officials to listen, and this budget does not reflect that. This budget reflects a re-entrenchment of the same conditions that lead to deaths like George Floyd, like Jesus Huerta in Durham, like Matthew McCain. We are hearing all of their names. We know these people. These are our neighbors. And we deserve a budget that reflects the morality and the values of this community. And the people of Durham have been very clear. They want a reinvestment in community. They want a divestment from the.
Thank you, Ms. Sebring. Katie Moore. Madam Clerk, I see in the chat that Katie Moore is here. Can you please see if you can unmute Katie Moore?
Okay.
Hi, I think I'm unmuted. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Moore.
Okay.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Great. I'm from Durham and a current resident. I love Durham with all of my heart. And I'm asking you all, even though I know that it's a late hour and it might be inconvenient for you, to act on the 4 demands put forward to you by Durham Beyond Policing. We need to act in this moment. And, you know, 3 days ago, Minneapolis City Council acted boldly, and Durham needs to follow their lead. We need to defund policing in this city, and we need to reinvest in our own communities. And I just really urge you to pause and to listen to what all of your constituents are saying in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Madam Clerk, the next speaker is John Jackson. Is Mr. Jackson present? And if so, could you unmute him?
Hello. This is Sarah Austin.
But Madam Clerk, can you please unmute John Jackson?
Yes, just a moment. Okay.
Mr. Jackson, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You have 1 minute, Mr. Jackson.
Yes. I think that we are seeing across the nation that people are ready for something new. And I think we need to take this opportunity as Durham to lead the nation in thinking beyond what we've always done and thinking that we can continue to throw money at the police and that will somehow make things safer for our communities. That we have to start being bold in taking what we want and funding our communities and funding the problems that people have, as opposed to waiting until they explode into our streets.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Madam Clerk, could you please call Al Riggs, if Mr. Riggs is present?
Al Riggs. I saw him before. Yes, he's right here.
All right. Mr. Riggs, are you present? If so, welcome, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great. Members of City Council, my name is Al Riggs. I'm a musician who's been living in Durham for 3 years now. Just want to say this is the strongest community of people I've found myself living with. They're strong folks, quick to reason, quicker to action. I think we can self-govern ourselves stronger as a community without the influence of the police on our city. The proposed increase of $70 million for the police budget is money wasted, or it'd be better off being put into homeless shelters or centers for people struggling with addiction and or sickness. Point blank, this is a complete waste of time and money, and I would implore all of you to vote no on the budget. In conclusion, Black Lives Matter, Black, Queer, and Trans Lives Matter, abolish the police, ACAB. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Jessamine Stanley, I don't believe Ms. Stanley has spoken. Jessamine Stanley, is she present, Madam Clerk?
I don't see her on the list.
All right.
Oh, just a moment. There's a Jamila. No, she spoke.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Somebody else was speaking through my account. I'm Jamelia and did sign up earlier and would also like to speak.
Go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm a resident of Durham and decided to make Durham my home because of its rich community activism history. I was really hopeful that in this moment of national momentum that Durham would be a leader in reimagining public safety and public health, and the statement that was released earlier was really disappointing to me. The fact that it praised our police chief for not brutalizing its citizens was really horrifying. And I just really urge that you all listen to your residents as they tell you this is not what they want and this is not what they need, and that they know how to care for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the next name I have is Rachel Katz.
Yes, I have her. She's right here.
Ms. Katz, welcome, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Rachel Katz. I'm a resident of Durham. I would like to say that from personal firsthand experience, I do know that sending the police is not always the right decision. It can often escalate situations that require mental health attention, and a 2-day training course as police officers may take on it is not sufficient, like actual mental health or social work training. Beyond that, I think it's important to consider that we're currently living through a pandemic. Durham's numbers are actually still rising in new cases, and it just seems incredibly fiscally irresponsible to fund 1/3 of our budget to police when we're living in such a severe public health crisis. If you don't have the problem with the morality of spending all of our money on it, think about it like a simple budgeting thing. What is our priority? What is our priority? Is it the health of our citizens or arresting them? If it's health, then you need to vote no. A 5% increase is frankly unacceptable, and we should defund the police entirely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caitlin Strauss, Madam Clerk, Kaitlin Strauss, I see on my list.
Hello?
Yes, I see her.
Ms. Strauss, are you present?
I was told to, this is Stella again, and I was told to unmute.
Stella, no, not till item 47. I think that was a mistake. Caitlin Strauss?
Yes, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute, Ms. Strauss. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. I'm a longtime Durham resident and a mom and a nurse, and I understand, especially because I have a budget myself at work, that this is late in the process. I'm very frustrating to be asked to make a big change so late, but I really don't think that you can look around at the current situation and decide that what we need to do is increase the police budget. I think we do have a chance to continue to be a progressive leader in both our state and our country, and I hope that you all will at least choose to keep the police budget the same, if not choose to decrease it some. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next name I have is Julie Morris. Is Ms. Morris present? Madam Clerk, Julie Morris.
I don't see a Julie Morris.
All right. Dustin Britt, B-R-I-T-E.
Yes, he's here.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Britt.
Okay, Durham citizens proved over the last 2 weeks that we do not require intervention by the police department to behave ourselves. In fact, we saw in the last 2 weeks that the fewer police involved in Durham, the more peaceful the city has been. I want to echo sentiments made by Mayor Pro Tempore Johnson very wisely recently, saying the police are being asked to complete tasks that is beyond their expertise. We do not need to call police when what we need is a psychologist, a therapist, a substance abuse counselor, or a social worker. We need individuals trained in de-escalation and serving the community to be coming into homes and not just calling someone with a gun because we have no other systems in place to support the people. The suggestion that any of this can be fixed with police training sessions is frankly offensive to those of us who spent decades in school learning how to do this properly. So not only is it unfair to the people of the state, it's unfair to the police to continue to ask them to intervene in ways that they're not best trained to do. I also would suggest that we put a provision in the budget so you can hire an IT person.
Thank you, Mr. Britt.
Defunding the police means that 100%
Madam Clerk, the next person I have on my list is Grayson Harvey. Grayson Harvey.
Okay, I don't see a Grayson.
All right. Sarah Austin.
Yes, Sarah's here.
Hello. Yes.
Ms. Austin, welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi. First, I just want to say that I think that this could have been handled much better, and I think that in future meetings, you guys should work towards that. I read your proposed budget for the year 2019-2020, and your goals directly rely on building up the community. You say you want to see shared economic prosperity, a connected, diverse, and safe community, and equity for all. How does a 5% policing budget increase help that? By allowing over-policing to continue in neighborhoods mostly made up of people.
Uh-oh.
I think we have lost Ms. Austin. Ms. Austin, are you still present?
Here. Your administrative and support positions combined with community building is not even half of your 672 positions held by police. I hope that you see that what the people want is better train, cut down your staff, appoint people trained in de-escalation, more homeless women's in rehab shelters, more community centers, youth outreach, counselors. If you're going to do anything with that money, you should be holding your staff accountable, do racial bias tests, and not give paid leave if they mess up, fire them. Maybe then you won't have to waste so much money on people that don't actually serve and protect the community. I yield my time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I see Charlene Yee, Y-I.
Yes, Charlene is here.
Ms. Yee, welcome, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, in Durham, the cops were called to de-escalate Levant Biggs' suicide. You know what doesn't save a man's life? 23 officers showing up and shooting that man to death, none of which who have been charged. It's just common sense. It doesn't even need to be a training. Anyone would know that to prevent a suicide, you do not shoot that man. And, you know, as we debate like these stats and talk about politics, the simplified debate is, are you willing to invest on the living? And if so, can you please do that? Because I see people saying that they want to do this, but they're not. It's like everyone's like a psychopath who has no feelings. And it's like, if you actually care, why don't you do something? Because otherwise, I don't know how anyone could sleep at night knowing they have the power to save people's lives instead of invest in our oppressor and abusers. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Yee. Madam Clerk, I see Haley Garvis, G-A-R-V-I-S. Is Ms. Garvis present, Madam Clerk?
I'm searching right now. I don't see Ms. Garvis.
All right. And then I see Ayi Un.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Haley Jarvis. As a resident of Durham and a teacher in Durham, I want to urge the council members to vote no on the city budget as it stands due to the 5% increase in funding to the police department, which already receives 1/3 of the city budget. To wait on this issue and review or evaluate the police over the next 90 days directly ignores what marginalized and Black communities have asked of the council members. Police reform does not work. It has not worked for the past 20 years and it will not now. As a teacher who's worked in Durham Public Schools, I've seen firsthand how the lack of funding in our schools directly affects our Black students and students of color the most, where school nurses and social workers are there 1 day out of 5 a week. There's no school psychologist to serve students. The food is not good enough for our students, and more teachers are needed. Do not increase funding to the police department. Use the funding in our schools who are in great need. For example, ensuring that all of our students have hotspots, Wi-Fi, and devices in their homes for possible remote learning next year would be a place to
Time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the next name I have is Ayeeyi Oon. Do we see?
They're here.
All righty. Can you unmute them, please?
Just did.
Hello, this is Yoon.
Welcome, Ms. Oon, and you have 1 minute.
I am a Durhamite since 2001. I went to high school here. The time for police reforms that we have been trying in Durham is long past. 1/3 of the city's entire budget is certainly far more than adequate. Instead, let us defund the police, redirect the funds to invest in the safety of Durham Public School students with mental health professionals, and invest in the Community Safety Task Force, and invest in aid for essential workers. All of these options could keep us safer for so much less. We know from the teacher strikes last year that teachers, counselors, social workers, and other staff want to help the students, but they are underpaid and overworked. We do not need police to respond to mental health crises, and we do not need police in schools. We do not need this increase in the budget. Our students and our people deserve so much more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Oon. The last name I have, Madam Clerk, is Francoise Hayden, Heyden. Is Ms. Hayden present?
I'm checking. I do not see a Francois Hayden, but there is a Grayson Harvey.
All right. Yes, he's on the list. Can you unmute him?
Yes.
Hello?
Hi. Is this Grayson? Is this Grayson Harvey?
This is Grayson Harvey. I just real quick, well, first of all, thank you to y'all for being here and to listening to people. I bet it is a lot to have all these comments coming in and like, hello, like we love you. Thank you for doing this. There's a bunch of people in the comments who have been trying to speak but haven't been able to speak. We got Tamara Chirkrun, who's been trying to speak for a while. We've got Steph Hopkins, Sol Peterson. There might be, let's see. I mean, there's a bunch of people that maybe for some reason Zoom is not identifying as the name that they really have as their name. But yeah, there's a lot of folks who are speaking in the chat, looking to get heard. And we've been typing their names. And a lot of people said that they did sign up beforehand. So I'm thinking it's kind of a Zoom error, like Zoom is really messing up here. But yeah, I'm just gonna try to shout out some more of the people that said that they registered to speak. It's just you can't copy and paste from the chat either. Thank you for your patience on this. Let's see.
Time's up.
Thank you, Ms. Hayden. All right. Madam Clerk, do you have any other names of people that have signed up ahead of time?
I'm comparing my list. There's a Toby Lippin.
That she signed up ahead of time?
I'm checking. No, I don't see a Toby.
All right. All righty. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask now if anyone is on the participants list and has not spoken, if you will now type your name into the chat, just your name. I will let folks continue to speak. So if you are on the list now, I'm sorry, if you haven't spoken, please put your name in now. you have to do it right immediately. Okay? Okay, I see a few people have put in. Thank you. All right, I know that this is a long process, but I'm going to go ahead and hear from those folks, and I'm going to take it from the top of that list. People have put their name in. I can get this to happen.
There's a Steph Hopkins.
I'm going to begin with Steph Hopkins. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Tamar Shakroon was the first person who put their name in before that.
All right, we'll get him after. Thank you. Or her, I'm not sure, but Steph Hopkins, are you present?
Hello, yes. My name is Steph, and I am deeply saddened by the city council. I ask, who do you serve? Do you represent the Black and brown working and unemployed people in Durham? No. You have an opportunity to take a strong stance in this moment of heightened civic engagement, and instead you give the community crumbs. 1 million in arbitrary money towards the community task force versus 70 million towards the police department. This breaks my heart and shows us who you really are. You promised raises for city workers, and I was told that is not happening. Do you know how many people in Durham faced health issues before the pandemic due to income, food, and housing insecurities? And 1/3 of our money is going towards DPD? No, we demand that you vote no on this budget because it is not too late to defund the police. We demand that you give a minimum $200,000 for the research and time that it will take to ensure that the success of this community task force. We demand that you defund the police from $70 million to $0 because we believe that it is possible. Again, as a Durham resident and as someone who deeply loves people who have spent their lives in Durham, I ask.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Tamar Chukran, are you present? Madam Clerk, can you unmute Tamar Chukran?
I'm looking for the name.
Chukrun is the last name. First name is Pamar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm a Duke medical student representing Root Causes. We're a Duke student group improving the health of our community. Root Causes stands with our Black patients to advocate against racism and to express our dismay at the newly proposed increase to the Durham police budget. We have seen time and time again how our patients' health is damaged by interactions with police. Patients who struggle with addiction and mental health disorders, who are jailed and imprisoned instead of getting access to life-saving substance use treatment. Our patients need more affordable housing, living wages, eviction diversion, expanded Medicaid. I could go on, but unfortunately you only gave me 1 minute. In your statement on June 1st, you stated that we cannot tolerate this kind of police violence rooted in systemic racism. These are your words. Well, look around you. Look at our community. Look in the mirror. Police racist violence is a pandemic and Durham is not immune. You wrote that you pledged to make every effort within our power to fight systemic racism with.
Thank you, Ms. Chukran. Danielle Purefoy. Madam Clerk, can you please unmute Danielle Purefoy?
Yes, she's unmuted.
Ms.
Hey,
Purefoy,
can you hear
welcome.
me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Danielle Purefoy. I'm with Durham Beyond Policing. I've been before you many times and I am back. I'm really thrilled to see, right, the groundswell of folks who are speaking today against the increase of the budget and in support of defunding the police. And what I want to say is that this is something that we've been talking to y'all about for years, right? And before 2016, when Durham Beyond Policing was founded, there have been several organizations that have done it. And last year, the message y'all sent, right, to Durham was that we wanted to work on alternatives to policing that centered community safety and wellness. That's what the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force does. You had an opportunity to lead a year ago, and now you're regressing, you're backpedaling. And what I want y'all to do is like stand up, right? People are looking at Durham internationally at this point. we are getting media calls internationally talking about how we are going to lead the
All right. Thank you, Ms. Purefoy. Brian Vanna, V-A-N-N-A-H, Madam Clerk.
Yes. He's unmuted.
All right.
Mayor and Council, no amount of training can reform a system that is designed to oppress. The American police system began as a patrol to look for escaping and insubordinate slaves. The modern version of slavery continues to be enforced by police in the form of over-policing and mass incarceration. You may have had more support for this budget in May, but because of unprecedented national and local outrage, I encourage you to vote no or postpone the vote on this budget. There are so many people living in your city who want a chance to speak and have their voices heard for more than a minute. And I think that, as been shown by the length of the meeting and the number of people who want to speak, I really believe that you should give them more time to talk in the future before you have a vote on this budget.
Thank you. The next speaker I see is hang on, I'm going through the chat here trying to find the
Most of them have spoken.
colleagues. Who do you all see as another speaker on the that I haven't called?
Mr. Mayor, I saw a Saul Peterson. Has he spoken yet?
No, thank you. Saul Peterson. Thank you, council member.
Yes, sir.
P-E-D-E-R-S-O-N, Saul Peterson. Madam Clerk, is he present?
Yes, he's unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes. As a former Durham Public Schools staff member, I join with DPS students and staff in calling for the removal of school resource officers from our school buildings. And as a Durham resident, I join with Durham Beyond Policing's call to vote no on the proposed budget to give $70 million to the Durham Police Department. The DPS elementary school I worked at was predominantly poor Black and brown students with majority white staff. I continually saw the needs of poor Black and brown students being ignored. The administrators' solutions to their obvious trauma inflicted by racism, economic marginalization, and police and ICE violence was to take them on field trips to the county jail to show them where they might end up if they didn't act in compliance with the behavior standards of a largely white staff. Meanwhile, we did not have a full-time nurse, social worker, school psychologist, interpreter, or therapist to actually provide trauma-informed and culturally responsive support to students that desperately needed it. I am sick of it being so difficult to connect children with food, mental health support, and housing and economic security, but meanwhile so easy for the police and ICE to take their parents away from them. These are the atrocities that happen every day when we prioritize funding police over funding community wellness. I am grateful to the work of Durham Beyond Policing and hope that you will heed their call to
time.
Thank you. I have Sarah Mai, M-Y-E. Madam Clerk, do you see her?
Hi, this is Sarah Mai. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Mai. Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I wanted to start off by saying that I have been serving on the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee for the past 2 years, and I've been really impressed with our goals to address past and current harm and to look at inequities. And I feel like defunding the police is one of the best ways we can address past and current harm. And so I would urge the council to please listen to Durham Beyond Policing and BYP 100 and all of these other great activist organizations that are here in Durham, and to vote no on the current budget and to look into divesting from the police and reinvesting in our community and serving the people of Durham. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next I have, Madam Clerk, is Kenton Yates, Y-E-A-T-E-S.
Okay, I don't see a Kenton.
All right. Do you see anyone with the last name Yates, Y-E-A-T-E-S?
No.
All right, thank you. I'm just reviewing the names now to make sure I haven't missed anyone who's signed up.
Mayor, Kenton Yates is here according to the chat.
There's a couple more people in the chat. It's just hard to see the names because there's so many other comments.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm trying to sort through all the comments. Madam
Hello, can you
Clerk,
hear me?
Yes, yes.
This is Kenton Yates.
Welcome.
She was listed as Kenton. Okay.
Thank you.
You have 1 minute.
Myself and my partner, who are Durham residents, do not agree with the budget increase for the police. Racism is a public health crisis that is exacerbated by the police. Instead, that should go toward a program similar to the community-led Safety and Wellness Task Force proposed by Durham Beyond Policing. In the proposed budget, an officer is highlighted for his actions responding to a mental health crisis. Why are we funding officers to do this work instead of mental health professionals? It appears that there is training for this team, but I believe that money would be better spent on social work and other community services that will uplift our community. The police should not be involved in handling mental health crises unless there's a crime being committed, as they are law enforcement, not social workers. In conclusion, we should not increase the police budget unless it's going towards non-officer social workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there anyone else that you see in the chat that has signed up to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I see it. Is it a Toby Lippin or Ilpin?
Yep.
Toby Lippin.
I see Heather Jackson as well. And then I see
Megan.
Megan Fury.
Unfortunately, none of them show up on the participant list, but maybe.
All right. Yeah, we've already tried Toby Lippin. Can you name the next name that you see?
He didn't try me.
I see Heather Jackson.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I thought we'd already tried Toby Lippin, but we haven't. And I see that Toby Lippin is here, and Madam Clerk, please unmute her.
Okay, she's unmuted.
Welcome, Ms. Lippin. You have 1 minute.
Hello, can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm a longtime Durham resident and waiting all this time. I figured out it's 45 years, and Durham has changed a lot in that time. Racism was here when I got here, and it's still here. And I think you have an opportunity now to take a step, given what's going on in the world and what has been going on in Durham, to pause what your budget was before the recent uprisings. And I think it's time to not increase the police budget. And as a matter of fact, I think where other departments are taking a hit, so should the police department. I think you need to follow through and pay all employees, including part-time employees, the $15 an hour that you promised them. And I think it's time to fund the Health and Wellness Task Force proposed by Durham Beyond Policing. And I think not letting people talk for more than a minute is appalling. And I'm really disappointed in you all letting this go on. You know, we've all.
Thank you, Ms. Lippin. The next, let's see, do you all see others that would like to speak?
Mr. Mayor, there's a Heather Jackson.
I am here.
All right, Heather Jackson, welcome. You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. I teach English online to children in China. I have neighbors who are Hispanic and African American. I have an apartment complex behind me. When I hear gunshots, I do not call the police because I do not have faith that the police will de-escalate the situation. When I saw a police officer outside of my Hispanic neighbor's home, I was not willing to help them figure out what was going on because I had no faith that they were not there to drag parents away from their children. And my students in China that I see every day have sent me more supplies to do more good to the hospitals here locally and have actually asked me to move to China where I will be safer. I am a white woman and I have privilege because I am a white woman. We need to listen. We need to listen to what is.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Is there anyone else, colleagues, that you see on the list?
Mr. Mayor, I see a Wendell Bullard.
Wendell Bullard. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please unmute Wendell Bullard? Is he here? Do you see him?
Yes,
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
I did unmute him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr.
Good evening,
Bullard,
Mr. Mayor.
welcome. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'll speak as a Durham native and Durham realtor, but also as a former Air Force trained security police. And when I get stopped in a traffic stop, the law enforcement officer sees a Black man, irrespective of my past. As a long-term Durham native, how do we balance both? Chief Davis and her team and the sheriffs have a tremendous job in front of us. The safety of Durham residents of housing is critical, but we have to find a way to do both. I am not a supporter of defunding the police, but find a way to reallocate our resources to allow all citizens to benefit from the leadership of Chief Davis. And I would like this council to do its best work to provide the resources to our county for mental health and other services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bullard. I also see Megana Giri, G-I-R-I.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a Durham resident, and I also oppose the budget increase in police departments and instead support the rerouting of these funds into crucial public services like education and healthcare in the midst of COVID-19. As others have eloquently said, racism is not only a public health issue, but also a human rights issue. And by increasing police budgets rather than other services, there are no actual steps being taken to combat the structural racism that is embedded in our police departments and social structures. Making statements about combating racism and standing in solidarity with our Black and brown citizens, but not actually taking the steps to reduce the structural racism is no better than performative activism, and the residents of Durham demand action. Please do not increase the police funding and use that money for services that will reduce the blatant inequities our Black and brown communities have endured for hundreds of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I don't see any other people that have signed up, but are there any others that you all have identified?
Mr. Mayor, there's a Mabel Segrest.
All right. Mab Segrest, is Mab, are you present? Could you unmute her, please?
She's unmuted.
Thank you very much for giving me a little spot. I'm also in favor of looking seriously at reallocating the $70 million in the Durham budget for police. Over my 30 and 40 years of adult life, I've seen the budgets for health and human needs stripped and the budgets for police and the military bloated. And when we say defund the police, we're just saying, I think, give the people back our money. And that's what we're asking for now. Some kind of broader discussion about how to take this very big amount of police money and put it towards human needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Is there anyone else that we see, colleagues?
Ask again, who do you serve? Vote.
All right.
It is not too late to vote no on the.
Thank you. All right. I believe that's everyone I see on the list. I've looked through the chat, and I believe we've given everyone their opportunity. I appreciate hearing from everyone. As I say, this is an unusual procedure for us. It's not being a public hearing, but I did want to hear from everyone. I understand that people are frustrated with only having a minute. But I do think that you were certainly able to make your points, and I much appreciate hearing them. I know my colleagues do as well. All right, we have now heard from the speakers, and I'm going to now talk to you all a little about the statement that I have circulated and the commitment that I think that it entails. And I'm working on getting that up. Hang on a second. And I believe there's an attachment here somewhere that I can find it. If not, I'll have to go elsewhere for it. All right, just give me 1 second and I'll have to find it elsewhere.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it's the last attachment on item 12.
Thank you, council member. Let me try that.
At least that's how it appears in my agenda.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to find it here.
It's been known to happen once or twice.
Yes, thank you. I want to say to my colleagues and that I appreciate all of you all thinking through these very difficult issues. And the things that folks raised tonight are incredibly important. I was really grateful to hear everyone. I want to just try to put a few things in perspective from the way I see it. First of all, there are certain things that have been said tonight that I just want to factually correct. And for example, about not paying $15 an hour. We pay all of our employees that, and we actually pay higher than that. I can't remember what our minimum now is, but I believe it's $15.50 or above. That's the lowest pay in the city of Durham. I believe people might have been referring to Durham Public Schools employees. The county had an issue about that last week, but we have had our livable wage ordinance in place for a couple of years, including our part-time employees. In terms of the percentage of our budget that goes for policing, it's a lot. $70 million is a lot. It's actually closer to about 14% of our budget. Still a lot of money, but I do want to make that clear as well. The thing I want to say about our budget this year, our police budget, is this. We are increasing our police budget a total of about $1.2 million, and we're not adding any positions. We're not adding any programs. Our police officers are not getting a pay increase, just like everybody else in the city, in city government, because of the ravages on our budget of COVID-19 and the lost revenue that we've experienced, which has been extreme. Our budget is going up for our police a little bit, as I said, about $1.2 million. And this is primarily for two things. One is state mandated pension increases. And the other is the fact that officers who received a mid-year increase, officers get an increase on the anniversary of when they've been hired. And so that kicks over every year into a little bit of an increase. But let me just be clear. We are not increasing the pay of any of our city employees. I wish that we were. And we're not increasing any of our police numbers, either sworn or non-sworn. And we're not introducing any new programs. But I just want to be clear about that. I am, like all of us, really shaken up by the racism that we witnessed in the death of George Floyd, and by the systemic racism that it represents. We know it's not an isolated incident, and we know there's police violence in our country. I am very supportive of Chief Davis, our current chief of police in Durham. She is doing a great job, and I want to be really clear about that. The fact that our police were non-confrontational over the last few weeks is not an accident. It's a choice. It's a choice that our police chief made, And it was the right choice. And it has helped to keep our city safer. And I'm really grateful for that. I'm going to now, we've also introduced a whole lot of police reforms in Durham, and some of those are listed in the statement that I'm about to read. And I'm going to read a statement that I'm recommending to my colleagues that we pass tonight, which includes some funding, which I want to read and then we'll discuss. And this is a Durham City Council statement on community health and safety. Yeah, before I read it, I think I'll say one more thing. Folks have referenced the fact that we established a community health and safety task force, and we did. We voted to establish that task force. We wrote the bylaws, we passed them, and we asked our colleagues in the county and the school board to join us in that. So far, they have not joined us in that, and you'll see in this call that we renew that, all them. It's very important because the schools and the social services and public health and are all in the purview of the county and the schools, not the city, and we really need them to join us in this. So this is work that we've been working on, and it's super important work. And we know that. So let me read the statement. Over the past 10 days, we've received over 4,000 emails calling on us to radically reimagine community safety in Durham. This outpouring of community concern is part of the larger movement against police brutality that has sparked national and international protests. The murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota was the most public and recent example of a long history of brutality and racism in police departments in the United States. This must stop. We share the outrage of the people who have written us and the people who have taken their outrage to Durham streets, and we are committed to doing our part. The movement to transform policing may be new to some communities, but it's not new to Durham. In recent years, community advocates have worked with elected officials to implement numerous reforms to our police department, including requiring written consent for vehicle searches, expanded misdemeanor diversion, expanded access to U visas, deprioritizing misdemeanor marijuana arrests, and expanding crisis intervention, racial equity, and de-escalation training. Under the stellar leadership of Durham Police Chief C.J. Davis, and in response to significant community demand, we've dramatically changed how our police respond to public demonstrations. We want to commend Chief Davis and her staff for the superb work that they've done over the last 2 weeks during the many demonstrations that have been held in Durham to stand against police brutality. Their non-confrontational approach has been an example to the nation. We also want to thank the many organizers who helped create this new kind of response to demonstrations in Durham. And we want to thank the demonstrators themselves who have spoken forcefully against the systemic racism that plagues our community and our nation. We stand with you. For the last year, our City Council has been actively working with community members to develop a plan to create community safety institutions that don't involve police. We anticipate that these new institutions will be able to prevent violence, peacefully intervene, and stop ongoing violence, and be able to take on work that is currently performed by police, including responding to crisis calls. After a robust conversation last year about whether to expand the Durham Police Department, we approved the creation of a Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. This task force will explore, research, and recommend initiatives to the council that will make our communities safer. We are all committed to seeing this work move forward and to increasing investments in community safety. In this watershed moment for public safety transformation in this country, we find it necessary to take concrete and immediate action towards achieving these goals. Our police budget this year includes no new positions and no new programs or initiatives. We are also making the following commitments tonight to this critical work. 1, we are earmarking an initial investment of $1 million of funding for community safety. A small portion of this funding may be used to support work by the task force and city staff but the great bulk of this funding will go to the implementation of task force recommendations. This is an initial investment, and we fully anticipate the need for additional and ongoing funding to ensure the success of this work. Number two, we will continue to urge the county and the school district to join the Community Safety Task Force that the City Council has already proposed and approved. Mental health, public health, and social services are primarily functions of city government, and the school board oversees our public schools. We want them at the table. This joint task force is the best way to bring our community together around a shared set of concrete proposals for reimagining public safety in Durham. But if we are unable to secure the participation of the county and the school district by the end of August of this year, we will move the task force forward as a city-only body. Item 3, we will direct our city manager to begin an evaluation of the police department operations and an audit of our 911 calls in order to identify areas of responsibility currently assigned to the police department that could be reassigned to other existing or new departments in city or county governments. These areas of responsibility could potentially include responding to mental health crises and assisting with minor traffic incidents, among others. 4, we join Mayor Schul's pledge to review and reform our city's use of force policies within the next 90 days. And we are appreciative of Chief Davis's and City Manager Bonfield's commitment to this as well. We also commit to ensuring that the Durham Police Department adopt and adhere to best practices in all use of force policies and practices. We believe that the city of Durham should be safe for all people, and we are ready to work with our community to achieve that vision. So colleagues, this was the statement that I had sent to you previously. I'd like us to discuss this and make some decisions on this before proceeding to the rest of our budget. And I'll now ask if there are any comments, colleagues, that any of you may have.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening to all of you that are watching us this evening. I want to thank you, and I know you worked closely with Mayor Pro Tem Johnson on this as well, so I want to thank her for her work as well. I want to particularly thank Mayor Johnson because I know that this statement, in conjunction with you, Mr. Mayor, did not come just from a policy point of view. She is a Black woman with Black boys. Deidreana Freeman is a Black woman with Black boys, and I know so often we masculinize, if I might use that term, this conversation. It's Black bodies, both men and women, that are being victimized and brutalized around our country. And I know that my colleagues, as the mothers of Black sons, are particularly vested in this. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem drew from her experience and her depth of experience as a Black mother in crafting the statement with you. I do want to say, Mr. Mayor, as the only Black man on this council, I wish that I had had more participation in crafting of this statement. And it's a wonderful statement, and I affirm the spirit of it. I know I made some comments and sent some things during the conversation yesterday and to today, but I wish I had more contact. When it doesn't matter who you are, when those blue lights go on behind you, there's this kind of combination of nausea and dizziness that starts to well up in you. Those of you that know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. You can hear your heartbeat in your ears, and you pull over and you start focusing on your breathing more. I don't care how cool you are, you be a grown man. Nausea, it's almost like your car is moving back and forth. You start thinking about, what did I do? And you didn't do anything. When the door opens and you see the person get out of the car, police officer get out of the car and walk towards you, you start thinking things like, should I tell him that I went to Central? Should I tell him I'm a professor? Should I tell them I work at RTP? Should I tell them I'm your boss's boss's boss? And then you leave that because you're fiddling with your cell phone, because a lot of us practice how to turn on our camera real quick, our recording function real quick, and you're trying to decide whether you should hold the camera or whether you should put it somewhere discreetly so you can record. And I know a lot of folk listening to me tonight are saying it does not take all that for a routine traffic stop. And for so many of us in this country, there is no such thing as a routine traffic stop. A lot of folk wonder, am I going to get more points on my license? Is my insurance going to go up? And then a group of us wonder, are we going to be the next hashtag? That's my experience as a prominent Black man in this city. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when that happens. And from that depth of experience, I really wish that I had had more opportunity to participate in the crafting of this statement. That depth of experience and this platform that God has blessed me with, I don't know how long I'm going to have it, but I feel compelled to go as hard as I can, particularly given where we are as a nation. So with that, with great deference to you, Mayor, and to Mayor Pro Tem, firstly, I raised issue with the $1 million. I don't know how much this is going to cost. And to say $1 million tonight for me is challenging. It's challenging. It's interesting, when Durham Beyond Policing issued their proposal, they had quotes from each of us. The quote that they chose from me was something that I ran on. I talked about setting a goal, a budgetary goal, where we would spend the equivalent of 10% of our policing budget on initiatives and interventions that would make police contact less likely. I'm not the best math student, but that would be about $7 million of a $70 million budget. Not necessarily taking $7 million from the police budget, but spending whatever we spend on policing, taking a percentage of that, and making that our goal. We can scrub our budget. Some of the things we may already be doing, but scrub our budget and look for areas where we can spend money to make sure there's a hard percentage tethered to our policing budget. I know for a fact that we should be developing teams that can respond. Police can go to a scene, they can call backup, they can call for SWAT if they need more hardware in the area. I think the police should be able to call for mental health teams as well. It's going to cost way more than $1 million to do that. And I don't think we need to spend a year or two talking about, do we need those type of interventions? So for me, $1 million, while it's real money, but that's the same amount we propose to start off the small business assistance fund, $1 million. With all due respect, we're talking about the lives of Black boys and girls and Black people. We spent over $2 million on a participatory budgeting experiment. $2 million. And we went back and forth, and all of us supported it. We just supported it at different funding levels. And to juxtapose that level of spending with an initial investment of $1 million after we witnessed all that's going on in this country and the inflection point that we're at in this country, is challenging to me, is troublesome to me. Now, I think that this should be a Magna Carta-ish moment for us. This is a time, I think, where we should start preparing our staff in the city for a revolution in our budgetary culture. So if we want to keep the $1 million, that's fine, but I think we should talk about how do we start looking at our budget culturally and philosophically to make sure that whatever we spend on policing, we're doing a significant amount on the things that will prevent contact with police. For example, I think it's time for us as a municipality to talk about a municipal experiment with universal basic income. Whenever we talk about crime, we always talk about root causes. Root causes. Well, let's spend some real money on root causes. If we say that if folk have housing and have money in their pocket, they won't commit crime, then let's put some real money in those root cause kind of thing. I think it's time for us to talk about universal basic income. I think it's time for us to talk about a percentage of our budget being tethered to our police budget, whatever we spend on policing. And that kind of grand, kind of revolutionary statement, we're not going to do it this year, fine. But this is a period, a time when I think that we should go big, we should go revolutionary, we should go out of the box. I hate to use that term, but out of the box. Secondly, the statement, I don't know if I'm comfortable with using this particular statement to further prod our colleagues, our fellow elected colleagues on the county commission and DPS. One, I don't know how much urging we've been doing beyond when we passed our bylaws. And I argued then that why don't we, before we place the imprimatur of the city on those bylaws, let's give our friends an opportunity to respond or not respond. I know in the statement it says, well, we'll go it alone if you don't respond. And I just think, there are Black mothers on the DPS board and there are Black mothers on the county commission. I just don't think that I want to be taking swipes at them or sniping at them in this document. I think this document should be transcendent. I think it should be majestic, a pain-fueled majesty, because one, the energy that activists showed us, they focused on the council. I'm not sure that there was a sustained campaign aimed at the county commission and the school board. When Durham Beyond Policing was pushing their proposal, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't recall major displays before the county and at DPS. So the question is, did they even get the same treatment we did on this program for this proposal? So I don't want to use this, and appear shady, that, well, join us, and if you don't, we're going to go it alone. I know that there are people on the county commission and people on the school board that are just concerned about these issues, who have Black sons and daughters who are concerned about this issue. So I don't think we need to mention them in the statement. Again, I think this is a Magna Carta-ish moment for us, and it should be devoid of even the appearance of sniping or throwing shade at someone else. And I think it's very important. And Councilor Caballero wrote in the email something that struck me. She said that she hopes this vote is unanimous. This vote should be unanimous. This is a moment where this city, this country, this county needs to see us speak with one voice. This is a wonderful framework that this statement provides us. I don't think it will be unanimous, though, for me, if I'm forced to vote tonight on it, because I'd like to talk about some more stuff and some more areas. And again, this is not an aspersion on anyone. We just saw it yesterday and in its totality. And I'd like some more time to live with it and engage my colleagues who, to a person, believes that Black lives matter and want to get this right. I just think that history and circumstance have converged at this moment. We are at an inflection point in this country. And I think we have an opportunity to literally transform the budgetary culture of our city and be a beacon for the rest of the world. And I want Durham Beyond Policing, I want them to hold me to the quote that they pulled from my campaign materials. I want them to hold me, and I think they should hold us to declaring that we will set a goal that X percentage, if 10% is too high, we can decide on the number. 10% of our budget is tethered to whatever we spend on policing. We ought to be able to identify at least 10% of equivalent spending in our budget towards the things that lessen police contact. I think universal basic income is one of the things we need to look at. And if we can find $2 million for participatory budgeting, I think it's a non-starter for me to talk about anything less than that relative to literally saving the lives of Black and brown people in our city and ultimately our country. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the work. I look forward to listening to my colleagues. I yield.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I'll now ask if there are other council members who have comments. Any other council member have comment at this time?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I really appreciate Councilmember Middleton highlighting, I guess, the uneasiness that I did have. I appreciate the letter as well, and I appreciate you trying to speak, the both of you trying to speak for the council as a whole. But it's, I mean, when it's a matter of the heart, in all fairness, the issues that lie beneath just the context of just logic have to be addressed as well. And so I recognize that I think you covered the logical aspects of the conversation in a very calculated way that hit a lot of notes, but I feel like there was some real misses that could be improved. I'm not sure what they are, which is why I couldn't formally like share some grand plan around what it looked like, but I know that the letter, it didn't speak to me in a way that I felt comfortable enough to move forward. I know when we spoke, I mentioned that the $1 million was a low amount as well, and I wasn't sure in what direction we were going to, but I know that where we are right now and the sentiment I would like to share with the community is a little bit more based in my gut of what my values are and how I operate, and knowing that racism is at the core of it, and trying to end racism and being anti-racist has to be essential in the conversation. Without even the word Black mentioned in the statement, it doesn't say much to me in that way. And so I think I'm at the same point in recognizing, like, tonight, you know, saying that this statement represented what I wanted to say doesn't feel honest. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, council member. Other council members like to comment at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Reese.
I guess I'm, as the person who's putting the statement before us, based on what you've heard from our colleagues already, I just wanted to kind of get a sense of what your take on it was at this point. For my part, I think the earmarking of $1 million is clearly an initial investment, certainly not the sum total of what we're going to spend on transforming what it means to build a community that's safer outside of the criminal justice context. And so I don't really necessarily have a problem with it, although I agree it's not going to be $1 million. And I guess with respect to the county and the school district, I guess I don't really read it as sniping necessarily, although obviously different eyes can look at it different ways. I mean, my take on it is we're eager to get started. The community is demanding that we start moving on this, and we should do that. And so that's how I took the second paragraph. So anyway, that's my take on it, but Mr. Mayor, I'd be interested to hear where you are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Well, sure, I'll make some comments, and then we may have other comments from other colleagues. I'm not wedded to the statement. I am wedded to the actions. I think that we would be badly mistaken if we did not allocate funds now, and $1 million is a down payment on the work that we need to do to be transforming community safety in Durham. I am, the rhetoric is the least important part of this. But I think that the actions that are identified in the statement are where is what I am very, very committed to. What they do is they do 4 things. They allocate the $1 million for the work of the Community Safety Task Force. That, as I say, is a down payment on that work. And that this, we know that this will not be the only money we'll be spending. We will need to spend a lot more than that to transform community safety in Durham. But we need to take an important concrete step. The second thing it'll do is it does ask our county and school board colleagues to join us. And I will say that I got a message from Natalie Byer that says the school board actually has taken this up and has decided to join, which is great. And then we also ask, we take another concrete step, which is we direct our city manager and city staff to begin to evaluate the work of the police department to see which things can be and should be moved to other parts of government, including auditing and 911 calls, to figure out what those are. And then finally, the council endorses the pledge that I've made, that Chief Davis has supported, as well as the city manager, to review and reform our use of force policies over the next 90 days. So those actions seem very important to me. The rhetoric, I really appreciate the comments of Councilmember Middleton and Councilmember Freeman. I think those are very important comments, and I don't have a response to them except to say, those are very good points, well taken. And so I think that's where I am, Councilmember Reese. Do you have any further comments, Councilmember Reese?
Just be interested in hearing what my other colleagues have to say.
All right. Other colleagues at this point? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I feel similarly. I want us to do the 4 things that are listed in the statement. I would vote to sign it. I don't want us to go forward from tonight without making those 4 commitments. So if someone has alternative language, then I'd be happy to consider it. But yeah, the commitments in the statement are what's important to me.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, any further comments?
Just curious to know if either Councilmember Freeman or Middleton have any, I think I hear the intent behind your statements, and I think that I certainly don't think it's going to cost $1 million to shift, reallocate, or defund our police. I just similarly would like to know if these are not the 4 steps you would like to do in the now. This does not mean moving forward, just to move us forward in some way. What would you suggest?
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Caballero, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Charlie. I think I was pretty clear that I think the $1 million, even as an initial down payment, the pure power of the symbolism of it is just not enough. I mean, relative to what we fought hard, even against staff recommendations at our initial funding level, participatory budgeting. And I keep talking about it. And let me be clear for those watching, I support participatory budgeting. I just supported it at a lower threshold with an intention of ratcheting it up. Here were the results of participatory budgeting. 10,000 people voted, 60% of them were white. That was not our goal. That was not our intention for participatory budgeting. Now, which means we have some more work to do. And all I'm saying is if we got $2 million to basically wind up with a supplemental white voter initiative, then we certainly have $2 million to begin the work of saving Black lives. And for me, it's just, and this is a moment where I think leadership is important, and the statements we make matter. And I think $1 million is real money. I'm not poo-pooing on $1 million, but I just don't know what equation did we use to come up with that? Also, to Councilor Caballero's question, I'm specifically asking for us to consider what Durham Beyond Policing pulled out of my quoted me on. I think that we should have a percentage or establish a budgetary culture where a percentage of our policing budget, we have a goal of spending the equivalent, if not taking from the police budget, the equivalent on the things that we say actually diminish police contact. Where's our $2 million job program? $2 million is enough to fund an experiment with universal basic income. We say folk commit crime because they don't have enough money. Let's try an experiment with UBI at the municipal level. I just think that for us, for who we are as Durham and what we represent to the country, that $1 million is real money. Again, I think that the symbolic power of it, though, falls short. As far as the county and DPS, I just want to be fair to my colleagues on those boards. I mean, we can speak for Durham. We're the Durham City Council. I thought it was an overreach for us to pass bylaws that literally named another organization that had not even taken up the matter and gave no indication that they were going to it. We built where we are right now, talking to DPS and county again, we built this into our action when we approved the bylaws, naming them without getting their assent at that point. So I just don't want to get into the optics of people saying that, well, DPS didn't get with them. I guess they don't care about Black lives. Of course they do. The county didn't get with them. So I guess, they're not interested in doing it. Let's go it alone. I'm just not comfortable with that type of dynamic. There are Black people on both of those boards who I know care about these issues. There are white people on those boards that I know care about these issues. I just don't think that's the message I want to send. I don't even want to give people an opportunity to deduce that from it. We don't have to mention them in this statement. We can continue to reach out and make overtures toward them to join us. This statement, I think, needs to be soaring. It needs to be transcendent. It needs to be firmly about what we're going to do as a city without giving any consideration to boards we have no control over, we have no votes on. And let's continue to work, through channels to get them with us. So to answer your question directly, Councilor Caballero, I'd like at least $2 million as our initial commitment. I'd also like us to consider language that says we will look at our budgetary culture and set a goal that a percentage of whatever we spend on policing on any given year, we will look at our budget and be able to say to residents, we are spending this percentage, the equivalent of this percentage, on the things that will put police out of business. You want to put police out of business? Let's start spending real money on those things that will put them out of business. I think a universal basic income is a good place to start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Other comments?
Yes,
Councilmember Freeman. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I think just specific to Councilmember Caballero's question, with the 1, 2, 3 is where I'm having trouble as well. The statement aside, the 4 actions that you're asking for tonight, I'd agree with Councilmember Middleton. The 1 million is really low, and I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm leaning more towards the 11 million that Skip Gates suggested, and acknowledging that we could work towards that. It just doesn't seem. It's almost like we're saying that these Black lives are worth $1 million, and it just doesn't feel right. And I don't feel comfortable saying what the million should be, but I do know that the 1 million just feels wrong. And then on the city county board, I mean, I just have to be honest in saying, like, in the initial conversations around the community health and safety task force, I expressed it when we had the conversation initially, and I continue to say, I think that the community was asking for a community-led task force, and what we're proposing is a elected official-led task force, and it doesn't feel like it marries with what the community asked for. And so I mean, the 400,000 or 200,000 that they were asking for to do that, I mean, if that's not a part of this conversation, you know, pointing at the county and the school district to come along doesn't feel right if we're not asking the community first, or we're not putting the community first in the conversation, because the people have to come first. For the third one, where we're asking the city manager to begin the evaluation, I mean, no offense to the city manager, but I'm not sure that he's the right person to do that. Or, I mean, that our staff in general is the right institution to do that. I think that there are built-in biases that I acknowledge and others may not. And I don't know how that addresses racism. It doesn't come across to me in a way that that's going to actually address it. So I hear you with responding to mental health crises and assisting with minor traffic incidents. Those are a couple of items that could be done elsewhere, but determining how that happens, who does it, like all of that, I feel like there should be an independent kind of community and community staff and maybe other like independent third party that's kind of working through what that looks like. I'm fine on the number 4 with the pledge. That's not a problem at all. But those are the things that I have on 1, 2, and 3 that I'm just sitting here like pulling apart.
Thank you, council member. Further comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Sure.
Thanks. So was it your intention that this vote would be coupled with the budget vote, this statement, or will there be a freestanding vote on this statement?
So this would be a freestanding vote, is my concept.
Okay.
That we would, this $1 million is a commitment of future funds. This does not earmark where they come from. It's just a commitment that we will be spending it. And we don't know the source yet. But it would be money that would be forthcoming as soon as needed. And I don't want to belabor this too much, but I just want to say again, I consider this a down payment. The question is, where's the money? What's the formula that came up with this number? There's not a formula. It is a substantial amount of money that can do a lot of good as a down payment. Clearly, if you start providing services like this, you've got to continue them. If you're having a different kind of crisis response, so continuing budgeting will be necessary for sure. In terms of the city, I just since I'm sitting here, I'm getting other messages. I got a message just now from County Commissioner Wendy Jacobs, the chair, that says they're on their June 22nd agenda. They're also taking up the Community Safety Task Force. So it looks like that call may not be necessary, or it looks like it's already being heeded, which is good. Those are my comments for now. I'm anxious to hear any other thoughts that anyone else has. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like a lot of the issues that folks are raising tonight are going to be addressed and talked about by the task force. I mean, that's why, my understanding, that's why we were creating the task force. That's why we were asked to create the task force. Does universal basic income make sense in the local level? That's something that the task force would want to talk about, and not just amongst themselves, but to go into the community and ask folks in parts of the city where that would be desperately needed. Is this something that could be helpful? And then work with experts in finance and national philanthropic organizations to figure out how that works. So if UBI, if universal basic income is something that folks think is important, that would come out of the work of the task force. How do you decide what services the police department now provides that can be transferred to other organizations, be they government entities, nonprofit work. I certainly have ideas, but I think that's the work of the task force itself. How will the task force, could the task force be given the data on 911 calls, on the kind of the laundry list of things, the many things we ask our police officers to do, and find out, does it make sense to have an armed police officer respond to every fender bender in the city of Durham? Does it make sense to handle other types of situations different ways? I think it does, but that, again, would be the work of the task force. I think given what we know about the nature of community safety in Durham and how much we need to transform that, I think the task force was, at least in my mind, and others may have a different view, the task force in my mind was kind of the wellspring of not only great ideas, but significant community engagement. That to me was where the $200,000 was going to be spent that Durham Beyond Policing asked for. And I think what the $1 million does is it gets us that far and then into trying to fund some of this work. And obviously it's going to take more than $1 million. Everybody around this virtual table understands that. Councilmember Milton raised an excellent point. Is there some formula that we could use to determine how much money should be put into those kinds of community safety efforts, separate and apart from the police department? I think the Community Safety Task Force is an excellent body to answer that question for us, or at least to ask enough folks in Durham to get a sense of what the people of Durham want to do. And so that's kind of my take on it. Given what you've told us on the call, Mr. Mayor, I'm agnostic on whether or not Bullet 2 needs to stay in there. If it sounds like our colleagues are taking it up, and if it's a significant problem for some of our members, I'm happy to get that out of there. But I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Any more comments at this point?
Mr. Mayor,
actually, I do have one other thing I forgot to say. I just want to be clear that we've already passed the bylaws for the task force. The task force is not to be a task force of elected officials. It's made up of community members. So I just wanted to be clear. That's what when we were debating it, that's what was asked for, and that's the way all our commissions operate, and that's what we'll be doing. So, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate Councilor Reese's comments. There's some stuff we already know we need. We need to have other experts that are able to respond to mental health crises. I don't need a task force to tell me that. We jacked $700,000 up to $2 million on participatory budgeting with no task force, because when we decide we want to do something, we do it. We didn't impanel a blue ribbon commission for that. We went ahead and did it. So and with all due respect, when the task force was first recommended to us, we didn't fund it. We didn't move on it. And when we did start talking about it again, it was because a spike in violence was occurring and some dramatic things that happened in our city that revived the talk about the task force. That's how we got back on the task force, because violence was still going on in our city and some things came up. So I don't think having the task force funded to answer questions and moving forward with some of the things that we were elected to do things, people with representative government, representative democracy, we're empowered to do some things now. And I think that now, with all that's going on in the country, the inflection point that the country's at, we see bold action being taken in New York, in Minneapolis, in New York, $6 billion police budget. They're diverting 150 to 200 million to community programs. And, there are people, I talk to people in the community all the time, as I know everybody on this council does. There are folk who don't show up at community, who don't show up at the city council chamber, who don't have the organization that some of these organizations have, and present to us proposals, but they're talking all the time. The community folk been talking about gunfire in the community. I don't need a task force to tell me about that. I don't need a task force to tell me that mentally ill people don't need people with guns being the primary respondent. We can move on that now, and we can start preparing the groundwork now for a budgetary revolution, cultural budgetary revolution, the way we spend money. I have heard from experts to just brothers on the street saying, you want to reduce crime, jobs, money, housing. Well, let's spend some money on that. Let's put some real money behind it. This task force, and with all due respect also, the task force already kind of telegraphed the kind of things they want. I mean, some folks say defund the police. So we and put the money in stuff that will benefit the community. So a lot of the end results, for me at least, have already been telegraphed. With the fact that we wanted to include the county for health and human services and the schools, telegraph that we know we've got to do some things in education, we've got to do some things with mental health and in areas that it's not our bailiwick or wheelhouse, but we've got to include those folks. So I'm not against the task force. I'm not against them coming back to us with recommendations, but people are dying right now. Somebody just got killed in Atlanta the other day. It's going on right now. And we know some of the things that we can be moving on right now that do not require a task force, because folk been talking about it for decades, particularly in Durham. So for whatever that's worth, I think we have to be very careful with the message we send to Black people right now. Some of us fought like hell for $2 million for participatory budgeting. 60% of the voters were white. We need to fight like hell now to send the right message for folk that are dying right now. That's what I feel. And I think symbolically, for me, as a member of this council, as a Black dude who lives in Durham, explaining to the folk who talk to me about what they're going through, why this initiative over here, participatory budgeting, is worth $2 million, and our initial down payment on this is $1 million. I have a hard time explaining that and coming up with explanations. So that's where I am on that. But I appreciate the comments. I'm not against the task force, but I am against just punting to the task force and not starting to work on the things that we can work on now. And it's going to cost way more than $1 million. We know that. So we might as well say that now, that we're going to start preparing a budgetary culture where we're getting ready to spend that kind of money on the ground shaking root causes that we always talk about. Anytime, Black folks show up at City Hall, ask for something, we tell them, get a job. You got guns. You know what'll solve gunfire? Get a job. You need jobs. You know what'll solve crime? You need more money. You need a paycheck, right? That's what we always tell them. Well, it's time to start spending the money right now, because the job programs, when will those jobs get here? So it's time for us to act now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese, and then Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Councilmember Middleton, I am inspired by your call to action. What amendment to the budget before us tonight do you propose to start acting?
We're not talking about the budget. We're talking about the statement. And the amendment to the statement, I'll say it for the third time. I think that we should identify a willingness on the part of the council to dedicate a percentage, the equivalent of a percentage of spending, we can determine whether it is, of our budget, towards those things that will make police contact less likely. I also think that we should strike number 2. And I know what I'm talking about. We're not talking about amending the budget. We're talking about amending the statement. That's what we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. In the interest of urgency and acting now, I would like us to act on the commitments that are laid out before us right now in this statement. Number 1, the $1 million of funding is yet again, and I'll say what others have said again, is that it is an initial investment, not the entire investment that we anticipate making into community safety. Our other spending on important community needs and programs that we, of course, all support, notwithstanding. This is $1 million that can do a lot of good towards creating the sort of investments, programs, and initiatives that we need to see, not just to fund those in addition to police. And I want to be clear that my intention is in tension with Councilmember Middleton's proposal to set aside a portion of the police budget towards these community safety goals. My intention is to move funding that we currently spend on policing toward community safety goals by pegging a percentage of the police budget that allows the police budget to continue to go up. And my intention is for the police budget to go down by moving work and responsibilities from the police department to other city employees who are able to do that work more effectively, who are able to do it without being armed, and who are able to move in communities in ways that our police department cannot. So I would not support that addition to the statement. I support an initial $1 million of funding to support the task force. They had asked for 200,000. I think that supporting an initial amount for the task force, as well as funding some of the proposals, having funding available for some of the proposals that will come out of the task force, is important. I think the important part of item 2, it's not just that we're asking the county and the school district to join the safety task force. It's also that we are committing to moving forward with this work in the next couple of months, whether they do or not. We have spent a long time thinking about and debating the task force, this work, and how we're going to move forward on it. I want there to be a clear commitment on behalf of this body that we will move this work forward, regardless of the timeline of our other boards, of the other government bodies in our community. That's not to throw shade at them. That's not to say that they aren't on board with what we're doing. The county is still recovering from an incredibly difficult malware attack, and the school board just had an election. The county just had an election. Lots of folks have lots of stuff going on. COVID is, throwing a wrench into everybody's everything. It's not judgment. It's just saying to the community that we are willing to move forward on this. We would like the other boards and, the other boards in our community to move forward on it with us, but we are also willing to move forward with it on our own if we need to. Point 3, I think, speaks directly to the question of things that we know we can do without a task force. We know that if we're going to move resources from the police department to other existing or potential city departments, that we need to know what kind of 911 calls we're getting and what kind of staff we need to respond to those calls. An initial audit of our 911 calls will do that. And also doing an evaluation of the police department operations to see all the things that they do that don't necessarily need to be performed by someone who's armed with an authorization to use deadly force. Again, in addition to a number of the emails that we got around reallocating resources from the police department to serve other needs, we also got a significant number of emails regarding use of force policies and people asking us to review those in line with the 8 can't wait guidelines. And so I think the 4th point in this statement speaks to that issue. We're never gonna, this is a start, right? I don't think any of us are saying this is a perfect commitment, that this is a perfect representation of all of the things that we want to say. But I think in the interest of urgency, in the interest of acting now and doing something and making a concrete, not a symbolic commitment to the community, that we are interested in finding ways of moving resources from policing to more holistic and restorative for forms of community safety, that it is important to do something now. And these commitments are concrete and they move us in the right direction. And I would support voting to approve the statement tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other comments? Council Member Caballero.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, I just want to say that, and I'm saying this because I'm a little bit confused right now in where we are. My understanding, and I want to say that I wholeheartedly believe in defunding the police. My understanding, and at least my intent, is that this is the very first, and I understand not what everybody wants, but I don't see how we start this work without, I think that it's a scaffolding thing. We have to we're going to spend more money up front in the sense of setting aside this $1 million, potentially spending more, trying to think of alternatives to police. And then slowly over time, and when I say over time, I don't mean 10 years, I mean in the next few years, our police force will shrink. And that is my view when I say I plan on defunding the police. I don't think it's something I can do tomorrow as a council member. I don't think that we are prepared as a community. We need substantive programming in place, and we cannot do that without our schools and our counties. I think that one of the things that's become very clear to me with a lot of the comments is that the roles that each of us play in our community are very distinct from one another, and the funding mechanisms attached to that are also. So a lot of the work that needs to happen within our mental health work that people are discussing, which is extremely important, resides with the county and not with city council. And I don't see how we're going to do this work holistically and realizing the goal that at least I have, which is to defund the police. So this is, for me, I understand that people want more. I also want more, but I would be irresponsible not to create what the parallel structures that we need as we take away from the other side. And I don't know how more clear I can make it. If our council members, when we take up, I acknowledge what Council Member Middleton said, saying this is two separate issues, the statement versus the budget. If people want to move on the budget tonight and figure out this formula of what we want to take away, let's do it. But I think that we absolutely need to say the minimum we can do right now is give $1 million. And when I say $1 million, I mean to the recommendations that we know the task force is going to bring for us. It could include potential funding for city employees if we need to. It could include amplified outreach efforts that we may need to fund through stipends for community members. And I think that's what, for me, the initial $1 million means. So I definitely think we need to do at least that. And if other council members want to take up the police budget when we vote on that, let's do it. But I don't see how I don't feel comfortable passing a budget tonight and also not voting in something significant that shows to our community that at least I know what I want in the future of Durham, and I want less police, and I want a radical difference in how we respond to community safety.
Thank you, Council Member. Other comments? Council Member Middleton.
And here you have it. I mean, herein lies the rub. And this is why I said I wish I had more participation in the crafting of this statement. Here it is writ large. And we see it playing out in the country. Does defund actually literally mean defund the police? Does it mean abolish the police? As I sit here tonight as a decision maker, I don't have right now the intellectual wherewithal to explain to folk what that means tonight without the parallel structures that were alluded to. And there's a very instructive thing that happened in our history. When we voted not to add the 18 police officers, when we voted not to agree to the mayor's compromise of 9 officers, we nixed that. A few months later, you know what we did? Everybody that voted against the 18 approved 6 more cops. You know why? Because governance is hard. Because when you get down to the actual nuts and bolts of making decisions, we wound up, after all that drama we took the city through, we eventually wound up with about 3 less than what the mayor had proposed in his compromise anyway. That's what happened. That everybody watching, that's what happened. Because governance in real time is hard. So we say defund the police tonight, and which, you know what, I'd go with if I had the power to also cap people from moving to Durham. I don't have the intellectual wherewithal to explain what defunding the police full stop means and not being able to control population growth in our city. And I'm not even talking about the police responding to violent crime. I'm talking about establishing perimeters at explosions. I'm talking about taking traffic reports because I don't want to sit in traffic for 3 hours for fender benders. I'm talking about finding our children when Amber Alerts go out. And if we're going to talk about developing so we have a philosophical difference. I want the wherewithal to send mental health experts to people that are disturbed mentally. They don't need people with guns. I want to be able to do that. And I also want to be able to send a SWAT team to go deal with white supremacists holed up who just shot up a demonstration. As a progressive, I'm a governing progressive. I want to be able to demonstrate that progressives can govern a great American city and respond to all contingencies. I want them both. I want mental health teams. And I don't need a task force to tell me that I need it. I need them. I know they are now. We need those now. So we just have a difference. And I understand the end goal. Look, I'm a black man. I would love not to have to deal with the police. That is the goal. But we keep talking about that, what our ultimate goal is. But every time we can put some real money to something, and I'll just put this to you, and I'll say it this way. For those of you that are saying 1 million tonight, it's substantive. Why were we so hell-bent on $2 million for participatory budgeting but we don't have the same passion to put $2 million on this, because we've already said there's no formula. It's an arbitrary number. So why isn't this as important as participatory budgeting? Why can't we find $2 million on this? And as far as, and Mayor Pro Tem is right. I mean, I would love to see the day when we start taking away from the police budget, and I'm told the way we do that is for folk to have decent housing and money in their pocket and good health care and resources in their neighborhood. We already know that. So $1 million, everybody on this conference has said that $1 million is not going to be enough. We know it's not enough. So let's start talking about how we revolutionize our budget and start having the conversations now and readying our staff and readying for the city for the way to do that. Some of the things I already know what the task force is going to tell me. We can start working on those now as a city. So I think the 1 million should be 2 million. I've heard no good reason why this isn't as important as participatory budgeting. That got a 60% participation by white folk. That's what happened. That's not equity. So somebody even needs to explain to me why 2 million is not a good idea right now, or this is not going to be a unanimous vote. And it should be.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
There was this conversation is definitely building a whole lot more anxiety in me than I was expecting. The fact that Mayor Pro Tem is saying what she wants, what I want, it's unsettling, and recognizing that we as a council are supposed to be working together around this, and it doesn't feel like we at all. And so I'm really concerned because I continuously keep hearing about what Mayor Pro Tem wants and what she wants and how she wants. And I'm not sure it speaks to what the city needs, acknowledging where we are in Durham and what's been going on. And on all sides of this, I could just scream, first of all. The fact that we have a racial equity task force that we're not even talking about in this conversation, and all we're talking about is the Mayor Pro Tem's Community Health and Safety Task Force, is really boggling my mind. And to hear Councilmember Caballero talking about her strategy to defund the police, it's unsettling at most, because the people I speak to in community have a very different understanding of what that means and how it's going to impact their lives. And we're not having any conversation about those people who are directly impacted. I've yet to hear from anyone from any of those neighborhoods that we did not fund the officers for last year. So Cornwallis and Oxford Manor, which is exactly what Councilmember Middleton is stirring up in me in the conversation around how we went so hard on not funding the 18 additional officers and how we had to pay the part-time staff. And I kept saying we could do both. We could do both, whether it was at 18 or 9. We could still have the Community Health and Safety Task Force in place, set aside the funds, and continue to move forward. For me, that would be the most progressive way to address it. This abolitionist approach, I hear it, I understand it, but let's be clear, I'm very serious about this. I have experienced far too much to not have an officer tonight available when I need it, as many people in this city have. And so I want to be on board. I want to hear the conversation in context and build it out to a point, but it doesn't feel like we're building anything. It's just following what's already been prescribed by the Mayor Pro Tem. And that's not collective. That's just one person directing us. And I'm not on board with that. There's this should not even be about this task force. This is not about the task force. This is about racism. This is about addressing racism. This is supposed to be about addressing how we even sit here and have a budget discussion tonight, acknowledging what we all know and saw with George Floyd dying with a knee on his neck. And then just this weekend, a gentleman shot for running away with a taser. I'm so like, this is not making sense to me. But if we're not gonna actually try to address the racism, which is the root of this, and we're not even gonna have conversation about an additional amount of money, then I mean, we're just wasting time at this point. And I'm not gonna do that. But I think that Councilmember Middleton laid out some really clear points that I am definitely, I'm concerned that we're not even having the conversations, first of all. And I don't know where this goes from here, because it's a continuation from last year. And I don't see us moving forward. I see us just continuing to have this back and forth that's not beneficial to the people of the city. And I mean, I understand there's a large contingency of folks who want to get rid of police. And I understand that. I will help you work towards it, because it means less crime, less of an issue. But at the same time, there's a whole lot of folks that we are scaring this evening. And we have to be mindful of the fact that they are still residents in this community, and they deserve to be represented. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? All right, colleagues, any more comments from any of you all? If not, I'm going to ask for a motion in a moment. Okay, seeing none then, I'll ask, I will ask for a motion to support the 4 points, 4 specific aspects of the 4 specific points, 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the end of the statement.
So moved.
Is there a second? The move by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, that we take the 4 actions at the end of the statement, which are to earmark the initial investment of $1 million of funding for community safety, that we continue to urge the county and school district to join us, that would direct our city manager to begin an evaluation of the police department operations and an audit of the 911 calls to identify areas responsibility currently assigned to the police department could be reassigned to others. And then joining the pledge to review and reform our city's use of force over the next 30 days. Is there any more comment? Anyone else before we vote? Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Nay.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote nay.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it 4-2. Thank you. All right. And now we have a budget to consider. And a lot of other things to do tonight as well. But let's start with the budget. And we have before us what we're being asked to do tonight is to adopt the fiscal year 2021 budget and FY 21-26 capital improvement plan ordinances and the ordinances related to them. And so now I'll open the floor to any discussion If there any discussion by members of the council? Any discussion? All right. Then I'll accept a motion that we adopt the ordinance. That we adopt the budget.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to have an opportunity to make remarks after the adoption, or do you want us to do that now?
If you have remarks, make them now. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to do so, Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's already a long meeting, so I'm going to cut this a little bit short from what I was initially going to express to folks. I don't think this budget is making any of us particularly happy. We had a lot of hope going into the budget season that we were going to be able to fund some exciting new initiatives, and we had a really great list of them: economic development incentives for artists, stipends for boards and commissions, immigrant defense fund, list goes on. Unfortunately, after the COVID-19 pandemic hit, it ended most of those ambitions, and we expect that our economic recovery is going to be long, and it's going to take a while to get back where we need to be. But I'm thankful for our budget staff who, after seeing all of our predictions dramatically upended by the pandemic, quickly changed course and brought us a budget. And in spite of the city of Durham receiving no unrestricted funding from federal or state COVID relief bills, like many other cities around the country that have been able to put more into COVID spending, they brought us a budget that has no tax increases, minimal fee increases, no layoffs, a $5 million pot of funding for COVID relief, which is something else that a number of the folks who have been emailing us about the police have asked for, and a strong reserve in case of even more dramatic losses of revenue over the course of the year, which we know is a possibility given sales tax predictions that might go down even more. And so we know that to get to this point, our staff has had to propose some drastic financial measures, including freezing pay for all city employees. And this is the most concerning aspect of the budget for me and I think for most of us. We've had a lot of conversations with our staff about whether this can be avoided. And I've come to agree with staff that there's no responsible way to pay for a wage increase this year without creating significant problems down the road, necessitating even more drastic cuts and possible layoffs. Folks who lived through the 2008 recession remember that the city laid off a number of workers during that recession. But over the last years, we've worked for improved wages and benefits for all of our staff, getting every city worker over a $15 an hour minimum wage. And we're all deeply grateful for all the work that city employees do every day for our community. We want to ensure that all of the city workers that we employ can continue to do that work. And by limiting hiring and keeping pay flat, we're hopeful that we can keep everybody on staff and not have to take some of the drastic measures that we faced during the 2008 recession. Finally, as we've had this conversation, it's the second year in a row that a significant piece of our conversation around the city budget has concerned the police department. We've received thousands of communications with a number of demands, from eliminating the Durham Police Department entirely and allocating their resources to other needs, to funding our Safety and Wellness Task Force, creating the COVID Relief Fund, funding the Safety and Wellness Task Force, which we are doing, creating a COVID Relief Fund, which we're doing, passing a resolution declaring racism a public health emergency, which we're doing, and then another campaign of emails urging us to evaluate our use of force policies, which we are also doing. So I know that people are going to be disappointed by whatever outcome comes from tonight, but I want to make it clear that we are listening to our community, that all of the that these 4 demands, that we are moving forward on all of them, that everything that we are doing tonight is with the voices of our community in our minds. And most of these things we're in agreement on, if not full agreement. I believe that we spend too much money on policing and not enough on the vital social and community services that prevent crime from happening in the first place. And this is why in last year's budget process, I was one of 4 council members who voted to reallocate funding that the city manager had requested for the police department to support higher wages for city workers in our eviction diversion program. And it's why I've worked extensively with Vernetta Alston, a former council member, and community members in the Durham Beyond Policing Coalition to draft the bylaws for the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, and am committed to supporting the success of their work. We aren't adding any officers or programming to the police department with this budget, but the police budget is still proposed to go up this year, as it does most years, both because of new positions that we approved mid-year and the increased cost to run the department year over year. And to be clear, 90% of the DPD budget is personnel. The cost to employ people goes up every year, as does the cost to run a department. So our cost for the police department will continue to go up every year unless we cut the number of police officers. That's the only way to reduce spending, because as I said, 90% of the budget is personnel. In order to just avoid the 5% increase in cost for DPD that folks have emailed us about, we'd have to cut 35 to 40 police officers from the force. And I know that there are people who want us to just go ahead and do that tonight. But this effort is going to require us to create an entirely new class of city and community workers who can handle issues that are currently handled by police officers. Because we have spent decades telling every single member of our community that when you need help, you call the police. And someone else is going to have to be there to answer those calls. And people are going to have to be taught different ways of interacting in their community. And that's not going to happen overnight. It's going to require properly training, equipping, and supervising those new employees to ensure positive and safe outcomes for the community members and the workers themselves. And if we want to see this work succeed, it has to be done carefully and with strategy. It's going to require innovation and commitment and political will and community support, broad community support, not just support from organizers and activists. And most critically, from the point of view of this conversation, it's going to require a significant amount of public funding. So I want it to be clear that my goal is to significantly and sustainably reallocate funding from policing to restorative community safety initiatives. That's not something that I started working on when George Floyd was killed. It's something that I've been working on as part of this council for a long time. It's going to take time, and it's going to take strategy that we need to develop together as a city and a community. And so I'm thankful to everyone in the community who's reached out to us about this issue, and I look forward to working with our task force as we move forward over the coming months to figure out how to do this work thoughtfully and with strategy and ensure that it can be successful. Again, I want to thank our staff for all the work that they had to do to pivot in the middle of a budget cycle to bring us a budget that met all of the needs that we see that were brought to us by the COVID crisis. And I want to thank all of my colleagues again for the robust conversation that we always have around our budget and our priorities and what we want to see in our city. And again, thank you to the community members who have pushed us to change things, to really make a difference in our community. And I appreciate everyone's work and efforts and look forward to moving forward and seeing this work be successful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem. Is there anyone else who would like to make any comments before we vote on the budget? I don't see anyone. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you folks hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I don't think anybody is fit to sit in one of these seats until you have found the reason for which you're willing to lose it. You have to establish that price point in order to do this job effectively. And I decided what my price point is. And I think we just got to be truthful with people. And I'm not suggesting we haven't been around. Let me go on with my statement. This budget is increasing the police budget. Full stop. It's not buying tanks. It's not buying tear gas. It's not hiring more officers to be on the street. But it is going up. And everybody tonight is going to vote for it. And the reason why we're going to vote for it is because it's hard to govern based upon bumper stickers and slogans. When it's time to actually make nuts and bolts decisions, you have to put the bumper stickers away. So again, I'll point out that we received a proposal, and I hope everybody read it. It's a wonderful things in the proposal. Called for a 3-year moratorium on hiring police. And the first year was accomplished, and then something happened. Every one of my colleagues listened to Chief Davis and looked at the slogan of defunding the police and the reality of governing a great American city whose population growth we could not control, gunfire going on every night, and members of our community calling out for help. And so what happened? The 18 actually turned into hiring 6 more officers. People need to understand that. That's what happened. And everybody who championed not hiring 18 had to turn around and hired 6. Not because we're hypocrites or not because there's not ideological purity. Every single one of my colleagues are progressive superheroes. Every one of them. From a national thought leader to a walking piece of, literally a walking piece of history, and one of the most thoroughest, wonkiest, detail-oriented council people you'll meet in the country. They're all superheroes. But when it comes to the nuts and bolts of actually turning our slogans into policy, it's hard work. So we have to stop talking past each other and listen. All of us want a Durham beyond policing. I'm a Black man. I want Durham beyond policing. But you also elected us to make hard decisions. And the bottom line is this is going to be incremental. It's going to be hard. We're going to get mad. We're going to get frustrated. And we're going to have to make decisions that represent the reality on the ground, like we did when we said no to 18 and then said more to 6 and wound up with about 3 less than what the mayor proposed anyway. That's the reality of what happened. And it's not because we're hypocritical. It's not because we're ideologically unpure. It's because we have a growing city. The progressives won. We're in charge. We get to determine what kind of city we want, what kind of policing we want, or no policing, what kind of culture we want. But it's not bumper stickers. It's not slogans when it comes to actual governance. And here's where we are tonight. We're going to pass this budget. It's not the budget. It ain't pretty. It's not the one we wanted to pass. COVID happened and our money's funny. And this is where we are. And yes, the police budget's being increased. It's not the stuff that folk are worried about being increased, but it's going up because inflation happens. Things happen. Let's have a real conversation moving forward about what it looks like to seriously get to the goal of defunding the police. And let's not make believe we can do it overnight. Let's not make believe that with one, and if anybody out there thinks that we're one city council away, one election away from bringing that nirvana to Durham, then vote us all out. Get rid of us. Show me who those candidates are that will bring about that change overnight, and I'll vote for them. Because the minute you get in here, the next day after you're sworn in, you're going to look at the books, you're going to look at the numbers, and reality is going to hit just like it hit us, and we voted for 6 more officers for a gang unit. All of us. And all of us are progressive. And all of us have ideological purity. But here we are tonight, getting ready to pass this budget. I'm regretful that we couldn't do all we wanted to do in this budget, but I am grateful to our staff. We have a world-class staff who worked hard to give us the choices that we had to make and give us the information that we needed to make hard decisions. I will be supporting this budget tonight because it's not a perfect budget, but I think it gets us to where we need to be in this COVID environment. Those are the hard facts. That's the reality. That's what governance looks like. I thank my colleagues for just the spirited debate and discussion tonight. And God bless Durham. God bless our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I'm going to try to do what the Mayor Pro Tem did and cut my remarks a little bit short. I will be voting in the budget for the budget tonight. I don't like it. As Councilmember Middleton said, we're not going to get mad and frustrated. I think we're all mad. We're all frustrated already. We are there. Mark me down for mad and frustrated. This is my 5th city budget as a member of the Durham City Council. This is by far the most difficult and challenging process we've been through as a council together. And after last year, let me tell you, that's saying something. I'm not happy about the budget and where we ended up. We were all optimistic in January, February about where we could end up, the investments we could make in our community. But then COVID-19 happened on the heels of a crippling malware attack. And so our city staff really just were forced to turn on a dime and create a budget that reflects the new realities in the COVID-19 world and in our community. One of those realities we arrived at very quickly was that we weren't going to raise the property tax this year. That would have been a critical mistake during these perilous times, and we're not doing that. But we also gotten some really ugly forecasts from our other major revenue sources, the sales tax and the hotel tax. And so with those crippling limitations in mind, our staff went back to the drawing board and built a budget from the ground up that focused on 3 core objectives. The first was to protect essential city services as much as humanly possible, and this budget does that. Second, avoid layoffs of city employees, and you don't have to look far from Durham to see communities here in North Carolina that are laying off a substantial number of public employees. We avoid that with this budget. And third, prepare for the possibility that our revenue forecasts are too optimistic. And our staff, our finance staff does a fantastic job with this every year. They've given us their best work on what it's going to look like. But I have this sinking feeling that we're not done with COVID-19. I know we're not. And I have a lot of concern about whether or not these revenue forecasts are too optimistic. And so this budget protects us against that to the extent that it's possible to protect against that. And so while this is certainly the most technically impressive budget I've seen during my time on the council, produced in record time and under unprecedented conditions, and I want to thank the city manager, our budget director, Bertha Johnson, all the city staff who put it together, but it is my least favorite of the 5 budgets I've been involved in. Mostly because we weren't able to fund merit pay increases for city employees. That is the most bitter pill to swallow in this budget. And so I don't begrudge any of our employees the righteous anger that they feel or have talked to us about this budget. We deserve that. We own that. And we should be forced to hear about what that does to our employees and how difficult and challenging that is right now. But despite all that, I'm going to vote for it because it supports the 3 goals that I talked about earlier. And the last thing I want to talk about is the community safety issue that has been at the front of the conversation here in Durham for the last 2 weeks. Over the last 2 weeks, I've received over 4,000 emails from both here in Durham and around the world asking me to change in a fundamental way what safety looks like in our community and our city budget. That is by far and away, by several orders of magnitude, the most emails I've ever received on any issue as a member of the Durham City Council. And I'm glad to hear from those folks. I also was glad to hear from the folks who testified at the People's Budget hearing this weekend, organized by Durham Beyond Policing. I was glad to hear from more of those folks tonight. I am so impressed and inspired by the passion and the organizing effort that goes into putting that together. And I know that folks want to see real change in how we deal with community safety in Durham. They want to see less money spent on policing and more money on housing, job training, schools, and mental health. And I'm proud of the statement we just passed to get the Community Safe and Wellness Task Force up and running with a really good down payment. But I want to be clear to folks who are advocating for that kind of fundamental change that many of us believe we need, that there are lots of folks in Durham who have a hard time imagining a Durham beyond policing. I've received a much smaller number of emails from those folks in recent days as well. And I think those of us who can see what our community could be, those of us who can envision a different kind of beloved community, we bear a special burden, a burden of persuasion. We have to go to our neighbors and our friends and our family members and talk about the Durham that we see and work together with them to create a path to real and lasting safety for ourselves and for our neighbors. That's the work ahead. The task force is going to be very helpful, but all of us, those of us who are on this council, those of us who have advocated for us to be bold, to be imaginative, to take bold action right now, we all need to commit to working with our community and talking to folks who, as Councilmember Freeman said, are terrified by some of the things they're hearing. it's our responsibility to help folks understand what we're trying to do and what we're not, and the world that we can create together if we have the courage to do it, and if we put in the energy and effort to build alternative systems that build safety outside the law enforcement context. So those are my budget remarks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting for the budget. Also, COVID-19 is awful. It's not over. Folks should stay home as much as possible. Wear a mask when you leave the house. That's also important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Are there any more comments before we vote on the budget? Are there any more comments? Councilmember Caballero.
I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I spoke to what I was envisioning. Most of my colleagues have already expressed how I'm feeling about this budget tonight. I do intend on voting for it. I realize that there is deep anger and disappointment based on just the chat box in front of me around this decision. And I just want everyone to know that this is just the beginning. Last year, there was the officers that some of us did not vote for last year was a massive expansion, as far as I can tell, of our police force. It was 72 officers, new officers over 3 years. And we decided not to do that. And that was step one. We brought up all of our employees to living wages. This work is extremely challenging. I know that folks want us to go further, but we have a huge percentage of our community that have different visions and ideas of what community safety means to them. And I think that we need to have really hard conversations in this community around what we want to see in the future. I will be supporting this budget, even if it's lamentable on many fronts. And thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, any more comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
I had to start by saying I'm not sure yet on supporting this budget this evening. Like my colleagues have mentioned, I'm not completely happy. I recognize that what I'm most feeling right now is exactly what folks call white supremacy, and acknowledging that this is how it operates and this is how it sets itself up to continue to operate in the same way. And that pressure to address it in ways that matter is exactly why people keep screaming Black Lives Matter. The reforms that we're talking about and the reforms that folks have been asking for, they're not gonna address the ongoing issue that we know will have impact on racism. And I'm struggling right now. I am struggling on how to move forward, acknowledging that this is what I'm looking at, and I'm looking at myself in this seat and recognizing just what Councilmember Middleton said, and that governance is hard. It's not hard because I'm afraid to lose the seat. I want to be clear. That's not ever my issue. I don't have to sit here. Wherever I'm sitting, I'm going to do this work. But it is important to acknowledge that this is not because of George Floyd. This is because of the millions of Black loved ones that folks have lost with no convictions and no charges for centuries in this country. I applaud each and every one of you who have spoken out this evening. I applaud all of you who have been out protesting. I applaud all of the engagement that's been involved in calling out what racism is and how it looks and how it operates in our police forces across the country. But what I would begrudge in voting no for the budget is the leadership of Chief Davis and acknowledging that she continues to press forward in trying to change the culture of our police force, which is why I was supportive last year and acknowledging she was trying to change the culture of the police force and shifting the way that they worked. So it wasn't about expansion of officers or expansion of the police budget. It was about figuring out how to make sure that there was actual support in place to make sure that the officers' shifts match the needs. And while I applaud our Mayor Pro Tem for the work that she has done and the way in which she has operated to get us to this point, it still doesn't set well that this divide and this fight is where we are right now. I'm torn. I'm very clear that this is not about the police for me. This is about how racism works and how it operates in our own community. And for all those folks out here who are speaking on behalf of folks in the community, I want you to really take stock and go back and talk to the people in the neighborhoods that have been asking for more police, and to really do the work to make sure that we're covering folks who need the resources around non-armed officers. I'm sorry, I'm hearing myself in the background. It's a little unnerving. And I just want to say that this is the time, and the national police reforms are necessary. But it's important to also note that in Durham, we've already been doing this work. This is not the beginning. When the FADE Coalition came forward to push in on the written consents, it was a moment for Durham, because this is a very large city, but it's a small town, and everyone here who's lived here for longer than 10 years knows that you know the folks you walk by, you know the folks that you have these great debates with around whatever the issue could be, whether it's a zoning matter, something with Parks and Rec. There's just so much at stake in these conversations, and it's harmful to take light of where people are coming from in this, and to not acknowledge that they come from their experiences, that their understanding of where they sit and how they operate in their own spaces on all sides of this. And so I really am pressed in acknowledging that it's important to make sure that folks understand that Black lives really do matter. And that the way that racism and oppression is deeply rooted in our society is not going to change tonight with this vote. But we have to do something. We have to do something. And I'm mindful of that. And I just want to be clear in stating that the no that I would vote tonight is not to say I want to defund police. It would be the no to racism. It would be the no to oppression. It would be the no to the microaggressions. It would be the no to the groundwater that surrounds us all and continues to infect our children. I'm just torn. But I do want to say that I did prepare some notes, and I did want to make sure that I pushed forward that it's important to me that in this time that I do have on this council, that I will continue to push on the work that needs to be done around the racial equity work. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to work on the fines and fees, and I would really like more support and more help on this. It's impossible to do alone. And so it's going to take more than just myself and staff to do it. And I also want to make sure that I note that these issues that folks face in the Black community are often economic, and they're very systemic, multi-generational. I've lived this life in this country 7 generations back, and I'll live it 7 generations forward. The decisions I make are reflective, and I can't say that enough. If we don't spell out what race equity means, we're going to continue to have the same outcomes, regardless of whom is making the decisions. the way in which what's calling up in me is the recognizing that it's a moment like this that caused people to send their kids into desegregated schools, knowing they would be spit on and they would be called names and treated so horrible. But if we could do it differently, and we know that there's a way to operate with a different stance and understanding that the best way to do this is together, I want to figure out what that looks like, because I don't feel like we're getting there right now. And I hear the calls for, opportunities for youth and, commitment to funds for summer programs. If we don't find a way to do these things over this summer, not after a task force, now, this summer is going to be painful. And I don't want to be sitting here crying about someone else losing their child. And I'm not talking about the COVID-related loss. There's a lot of work to be done. On a national level, I know that the Justice and Policing Act was introduced, and the work that can be done federally to make sure that we end racial and religious profiling, that we ban chokeholds and the no-knock warrants, and holding police accountable in the courts is just a start. But I know that if we were to turn our attention to our national leaders and to make sure that this work was being done nationally on a federal level, we wouldn't have to fight one another locally. And so I mean, the same way I felt last year in that it was turning us on each other, I feel like this year is doing the same thing, and I don't want to see that for my neighbors in this community. I also want to note that the HEROES Act is still up for debate, and it needs to have a people push to make sure that the senators know that the direct stabilization funding for our local governments is important in this COVID-19 pandemic. These are all things that we can do. And then lastly, I just want to make sure I note, like, we're getting ready to talk about this Senate bill 1083 and House Bill 40 on reparations. I need you to understand that the reason that this call for the commission is to acknowledge just how much of an impact racism has had on our country and the people who are Black and and descendants of those enslaved people. I'm a value-centered leader, and so you got to understand, like, I come at this from a place of who I am as a person, more than what people want from me. I'm very clear that this time has to be different. I'm really hopeful that it will be, that folks will spend time committed to learning and connecting in ways that are positive so that we can get to a better space. I really want to thank our folks in the community again, engaging their free speech and using their voices to say that Black Lives Matter. I am strongly in favor of investing in our communities, especially in those most directly impacted by institutional and systemic racism, as I continue to raise the issue. I'm not really interested in symbolic or sentimental gestures. I really want to get this work done, and I really want to do the work to make sure that we don't have the same outcomes for future generations that are looking at, like how I'm looking at my elders. They're looking at me and knowing that things have changed very little. I know that we can get there. I know that the work has to get done. And I know that this community is the community I want to be in to do it. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, colleagues, I'm now going to entertain a motion that we approve the budget. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, that we approve the budget. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Councilmember Freeman,
I believe you're muted, Councilmember Freeman.
I can't even.
Councilmember, you need to cast a vote one way or the other, or your vote counts as an aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Go
Councilmember
ahead, Mayor.
Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right. We've got a long way to go tonight. I want to thank everybody that's been listening in and on this discussion. I appreciate everyone's comments and thoughts. We had a lot of very important items to discuss tonight, and we did it. So thank you, everybody. I also think I should add my thanks other people have offered to our budget staff. You all did a fabulous job under stressful circumstances, and we're very grateful. All right, now we're going to move to our general business agenda public hearings. The first is consolidated land use item, NCCU Student Center Building. And we'll hear from our planning staff.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Sunyak with the Planning Department. I would first like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with the state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Jay Smith of O'Brien Atkins. The site is 1.28 acres on the north side of Cecil Street. This is part of the North Carolina Central University 2017 campus plan. The rezoning request proposes a change from residential urban -5 to university and college 2, UC2, which is consistent with the plans for a future student center. The properties are currently designated medium density residential on the future land use map. The applicant has requested a future land use map amendment to institutional, which would be consistent with the rezoning request. On August 5th, 2019, the City Council approved a major special use permit and a major site plan to construct a 2.5 story student center totaling 105,000 square feet. The 9 parcels included as part of this request make up a portion of that development site. This, if this is approved, this would give the applicant the flexibility going forward to avoid going back through the special use permit. And if any changes were made, they could do that through the site plan process. Commitments included on the development plan include to construct a bus pullout and a concrete pad and shelter along the east side of Fayetteville Street adjacent to the site. And graphic commitments include the building and parking envelope, the site access points, and a 75-foot transitional use area. The Durham Planning Commission at their January 14th, 2020 meeting unanimously voted in approval of the proposed. Staff determines that the requests are consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map and other adopted ordinances and plans if approved. 3 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt a resolution amending the future land use map. The second is to adopt a consistency statement. And the third is for the zoning ordinance. Staff is available for any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sunyak, and good to see you.
You as well. Thank you.
Sure. Colleagues, you have heard the report from staff, and I'm going to declare this public hearing open. And I'm going to first ask, are there any questions for Ms. Sunyak by members of the council. All right, hearing none, I'll now ask, Madam Clerk, do we have people signed up to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do.
Let me look at my list here. It looks like we have one person, Dion Brown. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
He is here as well as others representing the developer.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, I'm not sure it's Dion, actually, maybe it's Ms. Brown, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, if you could unmute Dion Brown and we could hear from Dion Brown, that would be great. And then we'll find out if there are other speakers as well.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Brown, welcome. You're representing the developer?
I am actually the person that did the traffic study for the project.
All right.
I don't really have any comments, but if you have any questions for me, I'm available.
Thank you very much. Are there is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this item? Madam Clerk, is there anyone else signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, we have Jay Smith, Andy Cole, Walter Lennon, Zach Abegunurin, Undine Michael Chesu, and Akua Matherson.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, do you know those people? Are they part of your team?
Yes, I believe majority of them were either from NCCU or from O'Brien Atkins, but
right.
Jay Smith will be able to give you the exact people.
Okay, then let's hear from Jay Smith.
Okay.
Hello, this is Jay Smith. Thank you for being with us tonight. Our team is ready to answer any questions. We really don't have anything further to add to the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do see a confirmation from Mr. Young that everyone is either with NCCU or the development team, so thank you. All right, are there any questions, colleagues, for either staff or for Ms. Brown or any of her colleagues? All right. If not, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed and the matter is back before the council. We need three motions, I'm sorry. The first would be to adopt a resolution amending the future land use map to institution for this site. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Reese. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. The second second motion be to adopt a resolution amending the future land use map to institutional. Could I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. And then finally, we need a motion to adopt the ordinance amending the UDO.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes 6-0 and this is approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Brown, thank you for being here. And I hope things go well with you all in this work.
Oh, thank you.
We'll now move to item 38, 505 West Chapel Hill Street, and we'll hear from our planning staff.
Good evening. I'm Emily Struthers with the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Zach Cannon of the Fallon Company and Katie Hamilton with Stewart. The site is 4.103 acres located at 505 West Chapel Hill Street, the site of the former police department headquarters. This is the same site where restrictive covenants for affordable housing were approved earlier this evening through the consent item. The rezoning request proposes to change from Downtown Design District Support 1 to Downtown Design District Core with a development plan. This development plan is intended to ensure, in conjunction with the forthcoming development agreements between the city and the developer, that the design presented through the 505 West Chapel Hill Street redevelopment selection process can be realized in terms of maximum building height, preservation and renovation of the existing buildings, and provided outdoor open spaces. Commitments have been included to retain the existing building and provide outdoor open spaces with pedestrian connections. Other key commitments include a minimum of 280 residential units and between 250,000 and 450,000 square feet of commercial and or office space. Design commitments identify that the tallest buildings will be adjacent to existing DDC zoning, and shorter buildings will be located on the western portion of the site adjacent to DDS1 zoning. Additional commitments are identified in the staff report and on the development plan. The Durham Planning Commission, at their March 10th, 2020 meeting, unanimously recommended approval of the proposed Downtown Design District Core with the development plan zoning. Staff determines that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map and other adopted ordinances and plans. 2 motions are required for this application. The first is to adopt a consistency statement, and the second is for the zoning ordinance. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Struthers. Colleagues, you have heard the report from staff, and I'm going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to ask, are there any questions for Ms. Struthers by members of the council? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, I believe we have, let me just look at my list. I don't see anyone on my list for item 38, Madam Clerk, but I assume there must be people here who are signed up. Is that true?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any on my list, and I'm looking for hands being raised, and I don't see any.
All right. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a question from Stella Adams.
Okay, sure. Please have Ms. Adams, please unmute her and let her ask her question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had thought there would be others who were going to speak on this particular matter, but I do want to bring up concerns related to the issue of how the city is going to support and have oversight over the pledged minority participation. Also, once the affordable housing has been built in and the second part of the site plan is developed, what control or oversight does the city have in the redevelopment of that second phase of this particular project, since all of the housing units are in the first phase? And how is, and what was the determination about how the funds are going to be used going forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll speak to the third part of that, and then I believe Ms. Poston is here as well. Maybe I'll just go ahead and let Ms. Poston speak, and then if there's anything I need to add, I will. Ms. Poston?
Good evening. Thank you for that question. I just want to make sure that I heard it completely. The first question is around minority participation and UBE participation. And what will happen is when we come to council in the fall, there will be a written participation plan from the Fallon Company and their partner, the WIN group, they will outline specifically the goals they are committing to, and those things will be illuminated in the master development agreement that we bring to council. So there will be full disclosure on those elements prior to council voting. Mayor, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Ms. Poston, how will they be monitored?
So what will happen is the restrictive covenants are going to run with the land. So the monitoring of the affordable housing will run with the parcel of land, and it's perpetual. And then you will see on-site monitoring by our community development department on an annual basis.
Mr. Mayor, I thought they committed that there were commitments made about minority participation in their proposal to get the bid. So is that going to be, is she saying they're going to present something or they're going to codify what they committed to?
I'm about to ask about that, Ms. Adams. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Poston?
Sure, thank you. So when we come in the fall, there will be 4 different documents that we present to council. One will be a master development agreement, which will illuminate and encumber requirements on the developer. And there will be also a purchase and sale agreement. There will be a UBE hiring and engagement plan that's adopted, and there will be a minority ownership and participation plan. So all 4 of those documents will be presented to council simultaneously and will be available for the public to see in advance and to have discussion around.
One of the questions was that Ms. Adams was asking is, did not the developer already make commitments around UBE? And are these new commitments or are they being codified?
So I think the commitments are being codified, and you will see specific deliverables illuminated in various project phases. So you will see something in the affordable housing phase, you'll see something in the renovation of the existing building phase, and I think you will see something in the commercial development of the office tower. So we anticipate having all of those things in writing for council to be able to see and for the public to see as well.
Thank you very much. And thank you for those questions, Ms. Adams. Are there anyone else to speak to this item?
Mr. Mayor, we have another question from Heather Rodriguez.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez.
Hi, yes, Council. This is Heather, Reverend Rodriguez here on behalf of Durham Can and as pastor of Duke Memorial United Methodist Church. And I just wanted to, actually, Councilmember Reese began tonight before the meeting. He was singing, I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you, hours ago, if you remember him singing that song. And I'm here tonight to thank you all on behalf of CAN for the aggressive approach with which you have taken and using restrictive covenants and rezoning to assure that 80 units of affordable housing in perpetuity are part of our neighborhood for our church and for our city. I want to thank Stacy Poston and Summer Alston, Fallon and Wynn Properties as well for their willingness to engage in and continue to be held accountable by the community as the development moves forward. And we look forward to meeting with them again in August. And City Council, we also look forward to the ongoing work of reflecting in our city the value, dignity, and sacred worth of all of our neighbors, all people of God, dismantling systems of racism through, for example, the priority and energy we at Durham Can and we as a congregation hope to see in the redevelopment of Fayette Place and addressing chronic disrepair in DHA communities like Hoover Road and McDougall Terrace, and in assuring that the $95 million affordable housing bond serves the most those most in need. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Rodriguez. We appreciate your being here, and thank you for your words. Is there anyone else who has signed up to speak on this matter or has raised their hand for this matter? Are there any more questions by members of the council or any comments? All right. If not, I'm going to declare this public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Mhm.
I apologize. I appreciate Reverend Heather Rodriguez highlighting the affordable housing side in the accountability, but I want to make sure that it's clear that we have a way to hold the WIN company accountable on the ownership side as well as the small business engagement. As I mentioned earlier, I just want to make sure that we're not waiting until it doesn't happen. I just wanted to hear from Stacy Poston if there was a document that actually documented what the ownership stakes are, or because I know that was a big point of contention in the conversations as we were going through the vote on this. And I know I will be held accountable, and I want to make sure that I'm holding staff in the organization as accountable on it as well, because as it was stated, there was a huge ownership stake of color and or a part ownership stake of color, and that there would be opportunities for people of color to be involved, specifically Black businesses to be involved. And so I just want to make sure we're documenting all of that as well. And I didn't hear that, so I just want to make sure it's said.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, so we anticipate, again, this fall, bringing to Council all of the specificity that Council identified for us previously, the 5 strategic goals that Council adopted for us as a part of the RFP and RFQ process, and other things that we talked about regarding minority participation and minority ownership as a part of the vote in November. So we anticipate bringing all of those details to Council, and that the Fallon Company and the WIN companies will be very excited to share the details of what they're going to do and what they're going to accomplish for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. If there are no other questions, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed, and the matter is back before the Council. We will need 2 motions. One is to adopt a consistency statement. That's the first motion. Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. And now we will move to motion 2 to adopt an ordinance amending the UDO.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Struthers, and thank you, Ms. Poston. Ms. Poston, thank you so much for your great work on this over the long period of time that you've been working this job, this particular part of your job. I've done a wonderful job of it, and your team has as well. I know it's involved a lot of departments, and just want to express my gratitude for your leadership and for all the folks who've been working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And now we'll move on to item 39, Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendments, Omnibus changes.
Good evening, good night, actually, Mayor and Council. Michael Stock with the Planning Department. TC 1906 is a set of omnibus changes to the UDO that are technical, primarily technical in nature, but also include some changes that are more policy oriented. They involve corrections, clarifications, and reorganizations necessary for compliance with state statute. The JCCPC reviewed a draft of this at their February 2020 meeting, and the Planning Commission held their hearing in March and recommended approval 12-0. There's a host of changes in there. Some notable ones are changes to the future land use amendment process when associated with a rezoning, changes to allowed or reductions in increase in notification requirements for initial zonings that are associated with annexations. That is, they are the notifications would be consistent with all standard rezoning requests. Expansion of allowances for some limited increases to places of worship that have already received a special use permit. That's consistent with other uses that have that same allowance. And also allowances to certain uses that were established before the need of such. And that's consistent with prior ordinances to the UDO. As a reminder, there would be two actions required. The first would be the statement of consistency, that's attachment A, and the second one would be the ordinance itself, and that's attachment B. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stock. You have heard the report from staff, and I'm going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to say, as you all know, this is always one of the highlights of the year for me. This is, I wore this tie because it's the closest thing I have to where I am now to some sort of psychedelic tie-dye, because as you all know, this, I call this annual event Mike Stock.
Well, I'm glad to be able to bring such joy.
And I'm glad we've got one more year of Mike Stock. But Mr. Stock, thank you.
And maybe we could do it more often.
We do appreciate this work. Yes, I wish we could do it more often as well. All right, you have heard the report from staff. The public hearing is open, and I'll first ask, are there any questions for Mr. Stock by members of the council? Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Stock. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming back for another Mike Stock event. Can you help me understand, Commissioner Miller made some, what appear to my eye, very technical objections to the text amendments. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how or whether the draft that's before us tonight incorporates any of the concerns that he raised.
Sure. Let me pull them up just a second to refresh my memory, or to make sure my memory was correct. The first one was regarding the terminology of withdrawn and administrative withdrawn, and we did make those corrections. He brought those up at the Planning Commission meeting, and we agreed that we would take a look at that in the memo, but I do know that they are within the ordinance. We did make those changes. The second is his concern over the use of may versus can. I'm not quite sure of that concern. He didn't bring that up at the hearing, and that terminology has been used since we amended the ordinance pretty substantially back in 2011, 2012 with the de-discretionizing of that ordinance. I don't have anything beyond that. This is terminology that has been acceptable for a while, and this is the first I've heard of any concern of it.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. That's
No
all.
problem.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Are there any other questions for Mr. Stock? Is there anyone signed up to speak on this item? Madam Clerk?
Mayor, I don't have anyone signed up.
All right. All right. Any other comments? Mr. Stock, thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no further comments or questions, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter's back before the council. And we need two motions. The first would be to adopt the appropriate consistency statement. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
It's been moved by Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Reese. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schewel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. With the second motion, so that the vote was 6-0. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Now we'll do motion 2 to adopt an ordinance amending the UDO. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Madam Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Reese. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Stock. And now we'll move on to item 40, Historic Properties Local Review Criteria Update. So do we have staff that's, sure we do, teeing this up, the item 40?
I apologize as I attempt to take off put on my video. I get a menu that pops up and doesn't allow me to turn on my video.
That's okay, Ms. Rosenberg. We're happy to hear you, if not see you, and we'll just go with that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good evening. I'm Carla Rosenberg with the Planning Department, presenting an update to the Historic Properties Local Review Criteria. In your packets, you'll find a full copy of the proposed changes as attachment 1. The criteria document was originally created in 2015 and serves as the basis for review of all certificates of appropriateness approved by planning staff in the case of minor COAs and adjudicated by the Historic Preservation Commission in the case of major COAs. The criteria update has been under review and editing for about 2 years now and has undergone several rounds of input from both the Historic Preservation Commission and the Joint City-County Planning Commission in their public meetings. When the new criteria were produced in 2015, we knew that once put into practice, we would find it useful to make adjustments informed by the experience of applying the criteria to actual cases. So we've improved organization and provided clarifications where needed. Substantive changes are minor in most cases and have mainly codified precedents set by the Commission during case reviews and allowed more flexibility in certain areas. For example, where previously new construction on contributing residential properties or on landmark properties downtown would have followed stricter contributing or landmark sections of that criteria, they will now follow the less stringent non-contributing sections. Where railings were previously prohibited, if not historically present, they are now allowed, which helps residents with physical limitations and also helps satisfy home insurance requirements. The area that received the most attention was treatment of solar panels, which will now require a lower level of review, a minor COA or no COA at all in most cases, and will allow street-facing solar panels that meet a basic visual standard. We also facilitated tree removal in cases where they may block solar input to installed devices. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenberg. We have heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'll ask if there are any questions or comments for Ms. Rosenberg by members of the council. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Rosenberg. Thanks for sticking around with us. Can you talk a little bit more, in a little bit more detail, about the tree removal provision in the historic districts with respect to the solar panels?
So it was brought up to us that persons installing solar panels would not be able to benefit from those panels if the trees were blocking. And so we did allow for trees, like one tree to be removed for the purpose of solar panels specifically. We always recommend that a tree be replaced in a different area. So typically if this were reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission, there would be a requirement that the tree be planted elsewhere. And so that is what we would recommend is because trees are also important in the environmental vision.
Great, that's what I have. I'll have some more questions after we hear from folks, but thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Council Member. Are there any other questions at this time for Ms. Rosenberg by members of the council? All right, I see at least a couple of people in our participants list who have signed up to speak on item 40. Madam Clerk, I have Donald Adu and Mimi Kessler. Do we have others as well?
Yes, we have Donald Adu and a call-in user number 2. I have no idea who that is.
All right, why don't we start? We will start with Mr. Adu, then we will go to Mimi Kessler, and then finally we will have the caller. And I'll go ahead, Mr. Adu. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Schul. Thank you, members of the council. I appreciate you all listening to me tonight. I really applaud the Historic Commission in addressing access to solar panels. I think that's a really wonderful thing. And the only thing that stands out to myself is really the tree removal. It would be one tree at 12 inches at diameter, breast height. So that we're talking about a big tree here. And one of the things that really strikes us from an environmental standpoint is, trees do a wonderful job of reducing energy costs. And so it seems counterintuitive to remove something that reduces energy costs so that we can produce more energy. I think that there's ample opportunity in Durham for solar panels. And I don't think that, rooftop solar is in such a, lacks accessibility to the point that we should be removing trees that provide a lot of other environmental and health benefits just so we can increase our rooftop solar production. I fully support the council's goal of achieving 100% renewable energy by 2050. And I think that we have the ability to do that without compromising our tree canopy and maintaining our 50% tree canopy, which is also a stated goal for the city. So I support the vast majority of this amendment. However, the tree removal is something that we would consider revising and removing before moving forward with this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adu. And now I'll ask Ms. Kessler if she would like to comment. Is Ms. Kessler present?
Does she need some specific phone instructions on the unmuting maybe?
Ms. Kessler is not calling by phone, I believe. It doesn't look like it. Madam Clerk, is Ms. Kessler present, and can you unmute her?
I've unmuted her.
All right. Ms. Kessler.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Hold on one second. My name is Mimi Kessler. I reside at 1418 Woodland Drive in Durham. I'm concerned when I see so many things come before the Planning Commission and City Council that talk about allowing trees to be taken down. Developers have deforested about 1,000 acres of land in Durham each year for a number of years, and this concerns me. We need trees in general because they clean our air and protect us from the heat of the sun. I lived in Atlanta for 25 years. When I first moved there, it was a very green city. But something similar happened. Developers deforested the urban landscape at such a rate that the city temperatures went up and up and up. A heat dome was created by so much concrete in the hot sun, leading to very poor air quality. And when I lived there, we had the highest rate of pediatric asthma in the country because of the ground level ozone. I don't know what it is now, but that's what it was then. The heat dome also altered the normal cleansing that occurred with afternoon thunderstorms because the heat dome created a bubble that drove the weather around the city and not through the city. And it seems as though people think mature trees are expendable and can be easily replaced, when in fact it takes years for trees to grow to that level. I'm a huge advocate of renewable energy, but I don't think mature trees in old neighborhoods should be sacrificed for a marginal improvement in energy source. At my house, for example, I wanted solar panels and investigated it several years ago. I want to be my own electric company. The analysis of my roof relative to energy generation was about 80%. The 20% loss was due to one of the big willow oaks just down the street from my lot. I did not think it was worth sacrificing a tree just to get 100%. Instead, I've deferred adding solar until the technology has improved, both in the collection of energy and in the storage of it. I just don't want someone taking down a tree that will take decades to replace with a new tree for such a marginal rate of increase. I think homeowners need to understand that the mature tree gives more to their health than solar will give them in the short term. Let them wait until the tree must be taken down because of its age and conditions, not because it is interfering with them being a solar provider. The other thing I want to say is that Duke Energy counts all of the solar panels on private homes as part of their solar energy infrastructure. So when they talk about how much they have in solar, it includes the roof that you build your solar panels on.
Ms. Kessler, are you about to wrap up?
I am done. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kessler. And now we'll hear from caller number 2. And if you could please identify yourself.
Yes, good evening, Council. This is Ellen Pless calling. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Pless. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I would like to also elevate what we've already heard from Mr. Adu, who, if I'm correct, I believe is on Durham's Environmental Affairs Board, and also from Ms. Kessler regarding problems with this tree removal aspect in this current proposal. I would also like to see this language removed, and if it cannot be removed, I would rather the council go ahead and vote against this action this evening. As it is, the value of solar panels, if we lived in an entirely bare environment, the value of solar panels would be a simple no-brainer. As it is, we do live in an area where we're lucky to have 70 to 100-foot mature trees that are providing incredible benefits, not only above ground, but also below ground. Many of us are aware of the value of air filtration and helping with mitigating problems with sound pollution. However, underground trees are masterful mechanisms in terms of helping to control stormwater runoff. They increase soil infiltration, they lower water tables, and they help to stabilize the flow in our stream beds and remove pollutants. All of these benefits are lost when you remove a mature tree. In Durham, we're increasingly seeing that when a mature tree is sacrificed, it's replaced with a much smaller variety of trees that at maturation might reach perhaps 35 feet in height. That newly planted tree, if it even survives, at best will replace only a small percentage of what the tree that was originally in place was providing to the community. So there's a net loss oftentimes when we replace a tree in Durham, even if we allow that tree the benefit of the doubt in terms of what it can provide us 10, 15, 30, 50 years from now. So what we have here is a trade-off between the attempt to gain value through adding solar panels and paying for it by removing trees that are already working very effectively in our community. that trade-off ultimately could prove to be a terrible mistake. And if it did, it would take us decades to replace the multiple beneficial functions of the mature tree that was removed for the experiment. Personally, I think it's a dangerous experiment to conduct anywhere in Durham, but I think it's especially inappropriate inside of a local historic district, which is Durham's most protected designation. I would ask, please move with caution on this, and if the language cannot be removed, then please vote against this item this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plass. All right, we've heard the speakers on this item, and I'm going to ask Ms. Rosenberg. Ms. Rosenberg, would you respond to the concerns that you've heard about the trees? Or I see Mr. Young. Mr. Young?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Pat Young with the Planning Department. Certainly, Carla can follow up, but I did want to. None of the speakers tonight were reflecting this position, but I did want to make sure I got on the record that when this came before the Joint City County Planning Committee, the advocates for greater solar access felt like this was a very important consideration. That because there are so many mature trees in many of these historic neighborhoods, it really impedes and restricts the ability to install the panels and have them be effective and efficient. So staff did feel, and JCCPC recommended, that we have the essentially what amounts to a compromise where the tree doesn't have to be replaced. Many of these very large mature trees are nearing the end of their viability and lifetime anyway. So since the tree does have to be replaced, we felt like there would be no net loss over time and that the environmental benefits of the solar panel would be significant. It's certainly a policy decision you all can make and provide that change tonight. If you want to remove that provision, staff would support whatever decision you make, but I just wanted to spend a moment talking about the deliberations that had gone on prior to tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Is this your last time before us in this capacity?
It's not. I've got at least 2 more meetings with you all.
Good. Glad to hear.
Yeah, I would like to say a few words, but I don't want to do it at 11:30.
We'll give you another opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah, we wish you the best, Mr. Young.
Thank you very much.
But we're angry.
I'll really miss working with you all. I'll say that. But I know it's been a late night, so I won't say more.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Mayor.
But we are angry.
We are very angry.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to some reflections at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'll just ask this question of either Mr. Young or Ms. Rosenberg, which is, were there when this discussion was taking place, were there conversations with the people who are advocating for our tree canopy, as well as the people who were advocating for the solar panel installation guidelines?
When we, did you want to, okay. So when
please, Carla, go ahead.
Okay. So the solar panel issue came up actually brought on by citizens who came to talk with us in person in our office, and it developed into a sort of a long-term process of negotiating how to make the criteria more flexible for solar installations. So we mainly were speaking with that contingent, but we always advertised the meetings, and they were public hearings. We went multiple times to JCCPC and to the HPC and did advertising online for the hearings and the criteria update taking place. But we did not hear any input from the community regarding keeping trees, or certainly not that overpowered the contingent that wanted maximum use of the solar panels.
All right. I'm going to make a suggestion and see how my colleagues feel about it and how you feel about it, Ms. Rosenberg. I know this has been ongoing for a while and you're probably ready to move it along. But I want to just suggest that we hold this for a time, that we either keep this hearing open or whatever the planning director and the manager think is the best, to have some discussion where you would be there as well as members of the solar advocates and the folks from, let's say, Trees Durham and Keep Durham Beautiful, that there could be some discussion. I'd like a little bit more, I would like them to try to get together and agree on a common course of action. But I want to ask my colleagues if you all would support that. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One other suggestion is, if we're going to do that, maybe in the interim, the Environmental Affairs Board could take a look at this and kind of give us their considered opinion on it. It's my understanding it didn't make its way there, if I'm reading the chat correctly. And I think, you know, that's a body that's well positioned to balance the interests before us. Quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, my personal, I mean, I guess I don't mind doing that. But I think from my perspective tonight, I'd be interested in moving forward without the tree removal authorization and seeing what folks in the historic district have to say. Is this really an impediment? Like, is this just something that someone thought of that might be a barrier, or is it an actual barrier to solar? And how many homes are going to be impacted? I just don't have a sense of how big a problem this is trying to solve beyond the common sense. If there are lots of big trees on your roof, you're not going to get as much sun as you need to run solar panels. I mean, I get that, but, you know, in terms of what is this a problem? Is this a big problem we're trying to solve, or is this just like a possibility that we're doing? And so I think there's two ways to go. We can do what you said and try to get EAB to take a quick look at it in between, or just strip it and then see how it works in practice. So those are two options.
A third option, and I'll ask staff about this, would be to do what you said, which is we could take that provision out and pass this, and ask the EAB to look at this, and ask Ms. Rosenberg if she could bring that back to us separately once they've had a chance to do so. But I'll ask Ms. Rosenberg, what are your thoughts about that, and then I'll hear from other colleagues.
I would support your third option. If that is certainly a way to do things, I think that would solve both issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colleagues, how do you feel about that? So just to make sure I explain it and make sure that we all understand it, it would be to move ahead with all of the provisions tonight, except for the provision having to do with the tree removal. And then we would ask the Environmental Affairs Board to look at this, and Ms. Rosenberg would coordinate with them. And once they had discussed this, Ms. Rosenberg, you could decide whether or not you wanted to bring this back to us. Does that sound reasonable? Was that the right description, Ms. Rosenberg?
That's a question.
Hang on one second. Ms. Rosenberg, was that the description that
I understood? Yes.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Freeman.
How would you track in local historic districts whether or not the tree was removed, and like what does that look like?
So I believe we were discussing that there are permitting requirements that would kick in with the solar panel installation. So they would have to, that we would be notified with the compliance, with the compliance inspection.
So in essence, you would be creating like a policing system?
It's an already established sort of, our zoning enforcement regularly conducts site compliance inspections. So the inspections office would the inspections department would be able to notify us if a solar installation has gone in.
Mr. Mayor, may I weigh in here? Ms. Rosenberg can help clarify or correct if I've got it wrong, but currently trees can be removed with the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness. All the change before you tonight proposes is that one tree could be removed and replaced with a new tree without going through that administrative process, that certificate of appropriateness process. So it's still possible for the tree to be removed. It just would require, Carla, is it a minor or major? Does it require hearing by the board, or can it be done by staff?
So currently, the way they're currently written, it's a minor COA if it's greater than 12 inches diameter at breast height. And then you would also need to replace the tree with a new canopy tree. And how we have it written as proposed is it would become, you'd be able to do it without a COA, remove the tree, and take it, replant it, a new tree in a different area. You would need to replace the tree.
Thank you.
Is there a fee associated with that?
No, if there's no COA, there's no fee.
And what's the COA fee?
A minor COA is $78 total. $75 is the application, and $3 tech surcharge.
And what happens when your inspectors find the solar panels without the COA?
Well, a major part of this proposal is that a lot of solar panels will be able to be installed without the COA. If they're not facing the street, that's one of the biggest flexibilities, so long as they're meeting the visual standards that we had agreed upon. They would require a COA, a minor COA, if they were on contributing structures and facing the street. They would require a major COA if they were not able to meet the criteria at all and had, just sort of circumstances that were very special and they needed special permission to do things that did not meet the criteria. Then they would go to the commission, but that would be very rare.
Any more questions, Councilmember Freeman? Councilmember Freeman, any more questions?
I was just asking if that carried a cost as well.
Yes, the major COA is $309 total.
All right.
And I'm just trying to picture how this carries out in my neighborhood specifically, noting that the trees have been overgrown, and so if my neighbor needed to get solar panels, you're saying that if the tree was in the way, they couldn't remove it, and this actual this text commit or this text change would actually allow them to remove it, and we're going to hold off on that.
So this text change would allow them to remove it without a COA. Currently, it would require a minor COA. If it's greater than 12 inches DBH, they would still be able to remove it even if they weren't putting in solar panels. They would just need to apply for this minor COA to remove the tree. They would need to prove that it's diseased and dying, and they would be able to remove the tree.
Please go ahead, Councilmember Freeman.
I was going to say disease and dying is the only I guess criteria.
Yeah, the criteria, I can open up my criteria.
It's okay. I'm just noting that this is a cumbersome process for a homeowner in a local historic district, and waiting a couple weeks is not going to change that.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I might follow up on that, again, as you heard from Ms. Rosenberg, if we strike the change, the staff recommended change that's in before you tonight, and revert back to the current status quo, trees can still be installed, trees can still be removed for solar installs, but it would require their certificate of appropriateness. So the certificate of appropriateness does allow for judgment, whether it's staff and a minor CRA or the Historic Preservation Commission, to make a judgment of essentially kind of weighing or looking at those different impacts. I know Ms. Rosenberg is looking up the specific criteria for the tree removal now.
Yeah, and this is Carla Rosenberg again.
Go ahead.
I can also say the other half of the criterion is that or where not incongruous with the historic character of the district. So if you could show that removing the tree didn't significantly impact the tree canopy visually, that you notice a major visual change, then that would also be grounds to being able to remove it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenberg.
Mm-hmm.
All right, colleagues. You all have heard the discussion, and we are, well, first of all, any more questions or comments from Ms. Rosenberg?
Mr. Mayor?
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Pless has another question.
All right, sure. Ms. Pless?
Thank you. Yes, I'll keep this very brief. I just wanted to try and correct the record. I believe there was an indication that no one spoke about the tree issue prior to this evening. However, I did speak about it when this came before JCCPC. I also spoke about concerns having to do with the application of solar panels on character-defining roof materials, but I certainly did address the impact of removing 12-inch diameter trees at JCCPC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to suggest, and Ms. Rosenberg, you can tell me if there's an easy way to do this, and then I'll see again how my colleagues feel about this, that we go ahead, as Councilmember Reese suggested, and pass the review criteria update minus the section on tree removal, and that we ask the staff to take this to the Environmental Affairs Board, where environmentalists of all stripes can get together and discuss it and figure it out, and ask Ms. Rosenberg to make another recommendation to us. And I think that's already been said to be acceptable to staff. So if that's acceptable to you all, I will accept a motion to that effect or hear any discussion that you all might have.
There's no other discussion, Mr. Mayor. I'll make that motion.
Thank you very much. Second. It's been moved by Councilmember Reese and seconded by Councilmember Caballero that we approve the revised historic properties local review criteria absent the section on tree removal, and that we refer the tree removal question to the Environmental Affairs Board for staff to discuss with them and then come back to us as appropriate. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Rosenberg.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now move to item 47, the approval of the draft 2020-2025 Consolidated Action Plan, the 2021 Annual Action Plan. And first, we will hear from staff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Matthew.
This is Matt Schnars with Community Development. We do have Ms. Monica McGee as our interpreter for this item. This is an item that falls under purview of HUD. And I am going to introduce Ms. Wilmer Conyers for this item to introduce and describe the item.
Thank you. And we're glad to have Ms. McGee with us as well. Thank you, Ms. McGee. Welcome, Ms. Conyers.
Good evening, Mayor Schul, members of council. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive citizen comments on the draft 2020-2025 Consolidated Plan, the 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan, and the draft amended Citizen Participation Plan. The Consolidated Plan / Annual Action Plan specifies how the City of Durham will address housing and community development needs for the next 5 years through the use of Community Development Block Grant, known as CDBG funds, the Home Investment Partnership Program, known as Home Consortium Funds, the Emergency Solution Grant, known as ESG funds, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, known as HOPWA funds. For FY 2021, the city expects to receive $2,044,310 in CDBG funds, $1,165,206 in Home Consortium funds, $174,691 in ESG funds, $483,344 in HOPWA funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. The Citizen Participation Plan provides a description of the public engagement process that will be followed to ensure that citizens are given reasonable opportunity to comment concerning the use of HUD grant funds. The 30-day public review period for the subject documents began on May 22nd, 2020, and will end on June 22nd, 2020. Notice of this meeting was properly advertised in the Herald Sun and Kapasa newspapers, posted to the department's website, and also disseminated via a general listserv to interested citizens and stakeholders. As a recipient of CDBG funds, Home, ESG, and HOPWA funds, the city is required to hold at least 2 public hearings prior to the submission of the 5-year Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan. The first public hearing on community development needs was held on November 18th, 2019. A summary of comments from both public hearings and other written comments received will be included in the final Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan. Due to challenges caused by the malware attack and COVID-19, the second public hearing could not move forward as originally planned during the month of April. This public hearing is the final opportunity to approve the plans for submission to HUD by the required deadline of July 15th. Failure to submit the plans by the deadline will jeopardize the receipt of grant funds. In closing, after this public hearing has closed, we ask the City Council vote to approve the draft 2020 2025 Consolidated Plan, the 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan, and draft amended Citizen Participation Plan for submission to HUD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Conyers. We have heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to ask, are there any questions for Ms. Conyers by members of the council? Hearing none, I'm going to now ask if there are any members of the public who have signed up to speak. I do know that one person has, and that's Stella Adams. And I'll ask Ms. Adams if she would speak now, and Madam Clerk, if you could make that possible.
Hello, am
Yes,
I?
yes. Ms. Adams, welcome, and welcome again, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I would like to, related to the public participation plan, ask that because of all of the events cited by staff, that the comment period be extended until June 30th to give members of the public an opportunity to submit written comments and prior to the deadline of July 15th, proposed that deadline of July 15th required by law. Second, I'd like to comment on the need for re-engagement with the Southside community to update the needs of low-income community residents and homeowners in that neighborhood. According to the Consolidated Plan, there has been no active engagement with the community since 2011. And if that is accurate, that is an abomination and needs to be reconsidered, considering all the changes that have taken place since 2011 in that community. Third, I want to recommend that 12 affordable housing homeownership plan that comes from this be reduced from 80% of median income down to 60% of median income, because the majority of distressed homes and homeowners and potential homeowners in low and very low income communities fall in that 60% and below, where we have over 5,500 impacted households. And so I would recommend that. Fourth, again, I want to ask how many of those 12 units proposed will be funded through the federal funds versus the housing fund, the city's housing fund, and the recently passed housing bond. And the number of units talked about in the Consolidated Plan and the number of units in the housing bond are not consistent with each other. 5, I have a question. 5, under goal 3 on page 134 of the plan, I'd like for the staff under affordable goal 3 to add outreach funds to educate elderly and disabled homeowners about eligibility to participate in tax abatement programs. I hope that you will consider my comments. I hope that you all will keep your word related to how affordable housing will impact low and very low income people. I don't see a commitment in this Consolidated Plan to diverse income communities. And it's not, while all the funding sources are included as additional sources in the Consolidated Plan, it's not clear to me as a citizen how that allocation is going to address, how this plan addresses the promises made through the housing bond. I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to make you keep your word. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Madam Clerk, I don't believe we have anyone else signed up to speak on this item. Is that correct?
That's all to my knowledge, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to now ask staff. if
Mr.
they
Mayor,
can- Yes.
someone just raised their hand. Michelle Metzler.
Ms. Metzler? Yes, of course. Ms. Metzler, once they have made you available to speak, you have 3 minutes.
I believe she needs to unmute her microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Mayor Schul. I'm just not going to take up much of your time since I took some up earlier, but I agree with Stella and support her. I think you need to honor your wishes to her and to the housing community.
Thank you, Ms. Metzler. I'm going to ask the staff. You heard Ms. Adams's concerns, and I wondered if you could speak to those concerns.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Johnson. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. First, we have taken the notes that on the comments that she has raised. I would say in particular, relative to Southside, one, we have been engaged with the Southside community. Of course, we can do better. We still have an outstanding project there in Southside that we're working to complete. Actually, a couple of pieces. One of the pieces is related to home ownership, is that we are working with some developers to finalize a project that does have, actually, I think it's 12 units of housing that's proposed to be 60% AMI in that development. One of the challenges is that it's requiring more money than we initially contemplated, but we're still committed to making that work. But we are trying to make that possible. So that's a couple of the points that she raised in terms of relative to Southside. That is something that we're very committed to, and we're working actively, but it has been challenged due to quite a few circumstances.
Mr. Johnson, what can I ask you about keeping the written comment period open longer? What are our?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Conyers for on that point.
Ms. Conyers, you're muted, Ms. Conyers.
Mayor Schul, members of council, with regard to the comment period, we have advertised that the comment period as stated, bear with me for a moment, began on May 22nd and will close out on June 22nd, in keeping with the HUD requirements of a comment period of not less than 30 days. As we mentioned earlier, due to the malware attack and COVID-19, for the lack of a better term, we are extremely pressed to get approval for the plan tonight and complete all of the necessary requirements to submit the plan to HUD by the deadline date.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conyers. There was also a question about funding for the 12 units that, and I believe that was the same units that you're talking about, Mr. Johnson, that Ms. Adams had. Could you speak to that as well? I think she was asking about the source of funding for these 12 units.
Mr. Mayor, I would say that this particular consolidated plan, the plan refers to federal funding, and we're using quite a bit of those funds for infrastructure in that particular project, as well as to basically subsidize the to get to the 60% AMI level. That's the plan. I don't have the all of the funding sources of that entire project in my head right now, but that is part of the goal.
All right, thank you very much. So some of some of the federal funds that we're approving tonight will be part of that subsidy, an important part of that subsidy.
Yes, and also we have funds from prior years as well. That is part of that also.
Is this beam in place?
Yes, yes, it is.
So I think that Ms. Adams makes a very important point about Southside. You all have been extremely involved in Southside for a number of years. If that needs to be corrected, do you feel that you have an accurate representation of that in the consolidated plan, the annual action plan?
What we'll do, we'll look at that, Mr. Mayor, just to make sure.
All right, great, thank you. All right, colleagues, any other questions or comments for Mr. Johnson? I'm sorry, for Ms. Conyers.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There is one more speaker, Donald Hughes. He has
All right. Mr. Hughes, once you've been made available to speak, welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Let me preface my comments by saying that, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, you had a chance tonight to put dollars behind your performative demonstrations in support of Black lives. But what you have chosen to do by supporting the budget is to really show us and prove to us that you don't have the moral courage to take a very small step toward addressing the centuries-old damage that's been done to our community at the hands of government. Before there was COVID-19, I want to remind you again, there was COVID-16-19. And if I could finish the quote that I was giving you all when I first made my comments from Dr. King about the fierce urgency of now, one of the things that he said is that there is a such thing as being too late. There is no time for apathy and complacency. And I must say that you took an apathetic and complacent vote tonight on the budget. And I want to urge you all to do better and think more about the people the next time. But in relation to this particular item on the budget, I have to echo the comments of Ms. Adams in that when we think about how we engage the public, it's not enough to simply post a public hearing and say you've advertised it and wait for people to come and provide comments. What are you actively doing to really get those people affected by these decisions at the table? So we have to be proactive in the ways that we're going out engaging our citizens and not simply saying we've checked the box off simply to meet some sort of deadline. I think in the wake of COVID-19, business as usual can no longer be business as usual. And when your departments are faced with deadlines from the federal government, they need to build in the time that it's going to take to proactively reach out to the community in order to get substantive feedback and not simply check a box. Because this is a shame to me as a resident and as a native of Durham to see that we have 1 or 2 people commenting on something as important as this issue, and the response from the administration and from members of the council is simply, oh, well, we have a deadline to meet from HUD, so oh, well, that we don't have any participation from the public. That's completely unacceptable. And as Councilmember Freeman said, this is another example of systemic racism embedding itself in the process, a process that often sees marginalized people furthest away from the decision making, even though those decisions impact them the most. So again, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the administration, city staff, I urge you to just do a better job, because this is not acceptable for the people of Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. All right, council members, you've heard the comment, and I'm going to now declare this public hearing closed. There are 8 motions, if you can believe this, required on this to approve the annual action plan and to authorize the city manager to apply for the funds and so forth. The first is to approve the draft 2025 consolidated plan and 2021 annual action plan for submission. Can I have a motion on that?
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I just wanted to get some clarity. I didn't hear a affirmative on not being able to keep the public comment open till the 30th.
I believe that there was not an affirmative. That the way I heard Ms. Conyers is they need us to go ahead and act tonight, and that they are hard pressed, even with the date that they have set, in order to be able to meet their deadline. Is that correct, Ms. Conyers?
Mayor Schul, members of council, that is correct. We have advertised that the public hearing would begin on May 22nd and end on June 22nd. In order to follow the guidelines as outlined, we would have to re-advertise using all of those platforms that we used initially if we were to simply attempt to extend the deadline. And at this point, I would like to also insert that the City of Durham, the Department of Community Development, held the following events for citizen input. We had needs assessment meetings on January 9th. 2 were held, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. There was also a Citizen Advisory Council focus group, along with another needs assessment meeting that took place on January 27th. And we also had another needs assessment meeting that took place on February 4th. Those meetings were also advertised via newspaper, general listserv, and on the City of Durham's website.
And then I'm just trying to make sure, because today is June 15th. If you close the public hearing tonight and we vote, does that mean that people can't submit their public comments up until the 22nd? Or like, how is?
It means that we can accept written comments through June 22nd.
And after the 22nd, you wouldn't receive any comments regarding it, or you would receive them and they would just be internal?
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move now and ask for a motion of the first motion that I just read, which is approve the draft 2025 Consolidated Plan and 2021 Annual Action Plan for submission.
Yes.
Friends, we have 8 motions to go through here. I'm going to ask this again. Can someone please make this motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The second motion is to approve the revised draft citizen participation plan. Madam
So
Clerk.
move.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
Vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Third motion is to authorize the city manager to execute all administrative requirements and contractual documents necessary. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. The next motion we need is to adopt the City of Durham Department of Housing and Urban Development CDBG project ordinance in the amount of $2,144,310.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The next motion is motion 5 to adopt the City of Durham U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Home Investment Partnership Program grant. And I have
So
a motion
moved.
to that effect.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve this motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we have motion number 6 to adopt the City of Durham, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Hopper Grant Project Ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We adopt this ordinance. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Now we'll move to motion 7 to adopt the City of Durham, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development ESG Grant Project Ordinance.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion passes unanimously. And now finally, motion 8 to approve the FY 2020-2021 draft funding chart. May I have a motion on that?
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Ms. Conyers. Thank you, Mr. Schnars. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask of Mr. Johnson, request to make sure that the South Side community is actually engaged. You have your approval, but I would like to see increased numbers around that engagement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Item 51, resolution in support of national action on reparations. You all have seen this, and I don't know that we need any discussion, but I'm certainly happy to entertain any. Is there any discussion on this item?
I would just like to give some context and acknowledging that the way that the resolution has been adjusted is reflective of Dr. William Sandy Darity's perspective on making sure that the federal government is accountable to the people who are descendants of enslaved people in America, and acknowledging the context of what happened between 1776 and American independence and the Revolution forward to 1865, and just noting that was the shift away from the initial resolution that I submitted.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. This is, I think, very important, and I'm really glad we're passing it. I am hopeful that other cities will do this as well, and we're going to try to promote that. I think this is part of trying to get some national legislation passed. And so I'm glad we're going to be in support, and we need to try to get other cities and other institutions in support as well. Okay, we need a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we support this resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to the Juneteenth Resolution, item 52, and I'll ask Councilmember Freeman if she would like to say some words of introduction.
Just noting that with Juneteenth being this Friday, I appreciate my council colleagues' flexibility and splitting out the resolution to make sure that we didn't exclude the 1619 context of the African people being enslaved in America and acknowledging the history, the long history of racism and oppression in our country, from stolen land to stolen labor. And I appreciate your flexibility again. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Are there any other comments on this item? If not, I'll accept a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We approve the Juneteenth resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
Vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor, if I could just add that there is the national context of making sure that other communities as well are passing resolutions in support of Juneteenth and acknowledging that it can be a national holiday. In 2015, it was actually recognized by President Barack Obama, and for the last 5 years, folks have been working to make sure that it's recognized nationally as the Freedom Day for African Americans in this country.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, Mr. Manager, I believe that is all the business to come before this body. Have I missed anything?
I think you're correct, Mr. Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Manager and the staff, thank you all for hanging in there with us. And colleagues, thank you. It was a long night, but an important night. And I think we did a lot of good work, and I'm grateful to each of you. I'm going to now, there being no more business to come before this body, I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned at 12:10 a.m. on June 16th. Good night, everyone.
Good
Good
night.
morning, everyone. Take care. Rest well.